between the sessions, and kindly settle down soon. To briefly introduce Mr. Mansij, he is a seasoned professional who has worked across a wide spectrum of HR roles in different industries. He currently heads the human resources function at Unex Learning Private Limited, a company that is focused on transforming the higher education ecosystem. He has served as a senior HR leader for the APAC region at Conduent Business Services, responsible for end-to-end conceptualization, rollout, and implementation of strategic people projects. In the past, he has worked at Ola as HR leader for their operations across India and has had stints at Wipro and Ashok Leyland. Mansij is an alumnus of XLRI and NIT Jamshedpur. He is also a certified in-house competency assessor, certified in Hogan assessments, FIROBI, and strong interest inventory. He is also an advisor to early stage startups. Welcome, Mr. Mansij. We are eager to hear your keynote address. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Am I audible? Audible, right? Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction, and thank you, Professor Aditya, for having me here. First and foremost, yeah, Sunday morning in a pretty gloomy Bangalore Sunday morning. Good to see so many people over here, and that also puts a lot of pressure on on me to say that okay, I should keep you entertained and ensure that there is something of value that you carry off from here. So while the slides change, what I'm going to talk to you about is, so among the topics that Professor Aditya gave me, I said I'll pick up the topic on HR and AI, right? Future of HR and challenges in the age of AI, but then I said, actually, challenges is opportunities in the age of AI. So my introduction, Professor has done a very good and a lovely introduction for me, and thank you for that. You guys should realize one thing: the day your HR guy starts talking about AI, it is like the day your gardener starts talking about stocks, you should sell your stocks. The day your HR guy starts talking about AI, maybe it is time for you to really go deep down into AI. There's something happening in that side, right? Typically, HR guys don't talk about AI, and we are not really known for being the techie guys. So I'll begin my talk with this, so just one second again. Okay, is this, I hope it is on. Yeah, it worked. Why do I have a cat on my screen, right? I mean, this is a cat, right? This, and yesterday when I was preparing the slides, my 5-year-old son, he says, this is a cat. So I said, why do you think this is a cat? He said, it looks like a cat. Typically, yes, this is the cat. I began with the cat because when you train deep, when you're training a machine to recognize patterns, when you're training the AI system, it is like training a kid to recognize a cat. First time when your child is small, when you show him a picture of a cat, he looks at it and he's wondering what it is, and he says it's a cat. Second time you show him the picture and say this is a cat, he's like, a cat. Third time, by the time you reach the 5th time that you're showing him the picture, this guy is seeing cats everywhere. He'll see cats in the clouds, he'll see his cat in the muddy puddle. You show him HR data, he'll see cats over there as well. But yeah, training an AI system is similar to training a child, looking at how does he see a cat. Unfortunately, see, for us, for human beings, this is a product of millions of years of evolution plus your entire lifetime of recognizing cats, so you can recognize cats. For a AI system, it is basically a set of pixels. What is this picture? What is this cat yawning over here? It is just a set of pixels that are there, arranged in a certain pattern. So it is a pattern recognition that we are able to do because of this background that we have had, right? For a AI system, he does not really have that kind of background, and I'm saying he because AI, it can be a she as well. AI system is a he or a she or an it, but typically we would want to put it into a formal gender. the AI system is looking at it like a set of pixels, and minute you introduce some variable over there, a cat yawning, you show him this picture 3-4 times, and all of us have done that "are you a human" test, no? Can you click the street lights over here, can you identify the bikes over there? Basically what you're doing is you're training a certain AI system in the back, right? So what is happening here is, you make a small change in this, the AI system will get confused. But over a period of time, it is a learning system. It is learning how to identify a cat. And that is the interesting part, right? What are the different kinds of ways that a system can learn, right? I think, therefore I am. That is the source of human consciousness, right? I think, therefore I am. And at one point of time, people started thinking, what if machines could think, right? What if there is a sentient being who can start thinking, and then how do you make them think? So what folks started doing is, again going back to this cat example, how do you make a system identify a cat, right? There are two ways of it. Traditional programming, I say that, okay, these are the parameters, it should have 4 legs, it should have fur, it should have a nose, it should have whiskers and ears, and you say if ears, yes, if nose, yes, 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 and then the system will give you an output, it's a panda. You had to code it, right? So you needed expertise in how do I write codes, you needed expertise in how do I interpret what is coming out. Today that is moving away to a more English processing. Typically sometime back, when if I had to write a code, I had to know how to write that code, I had to know exactly what I was looking at, and then when the output came, I had to know how to interpret it, because it was not in a language that I understood, right? Like I began with saying that, if when your HR guy starts talking AI, it is time to take note there. The important part is, in the last 10 years, what has happened is now systems are starting to talk our language. So I can start writing a piece, instead of writing a piece of code, I can write in English, right? I can call it anything. I can call it Alexa, Siri, Watson, anyone, and I ask him, Watson, can you help me with the number of people in my organization who are below 30 and who are PhD holders? Till yesterday, I had to write a query to do this. Today, it's an English statement that I'm making. What I would have asked one of my colleagues to do, can you prepare this report, right? And that has immense implications for HR. As human beings, all of us, we are natural linguists. We love language, right? Not many of us think in terms of numbers, in terms of how logical sequences work. But language, yes. English, yes. Vernacular, yes. We think in that particular language, and then we translate it into the numbers that we are talking about, right? But when you remove that part of it, it opens up a vast world, right? And right. So what I did when Professor Aditya invited me for this speech, what I did is I ran a small experiment, right? And there are a lot of AI systems available today. I said, I've been invited by this institute to talk about AI and HR, and can you help me create a deck? And I also ran another piece. I had this. Okay, I don't have that. LEADxAI. I had the brochure. I also put the brochure up saying that these are some of the images that they have used. Help me with this. So what the system did is it created a deck for me. And one of this slide, by the way, except for the Unix and the Manna logo at the bottom, everything else, this slide has been created by AI. I did not do a single thing over here, right? The entire thing, this timeline, including the timeline in this order, putting these boxes and putting this, has been done by AI, right? Brilliant. Tomorrow, with a little more advanced AI, maybe if I can put a little more thing saying that I want slides A, B, C, D to look like this, I want this, it might have created the entire deck for me. I just picked this slide up to show that, this is, AI wants me to talk about AI like this. right? It had a full flow, the what AI is, how AI has grown, what AI is doing in HR, and it has given me this, right? And I found it very interesting because, okay, so again, like I was telling some of my younger friends who welcomed me today, don't judge me by my age, but when I started out after B school, when I joined the workforce, that at that point of time, Watson had just been released, and 2 months later, Siri came in, and we were first looking at Watson as a chatbot, right? Watson, you type a query and it would give answers. You had to train Watson. How did you train Watson? You looked at, so the first use case was in HR, was chatbots, saying that how do you resolve employee queries? And employee queries are pretty interesting, right? If you ask any HR leader, any HR, how do you answer employee queries? Yeah, we know typically these are the questions that they ask. Now, if I draft it as an FAQ, right, I will put a question saying that, what is my leave balance? And then I will it's a simple query, I have the answer and I respond. But unfortunately for Watson, what is my leave balance? How many leave do I have are two different questions, right? So when you started training Watson in the initial days, this is way back 2008, 2009, you had to put variations of the question, right? So what is my leave balance? How many leaves do I have? How many leave do I have? Can I apply for more leave? All of these were variations of the simple question, what is my leave balance? Similarly, the other questions came in. So we spent oodles of time in those days looking at variations of the question and then feeding it, because that was the time when you are training the system, right? Before I move on, so this next slide that is there, I just want to show you the next slide as well, because the next slide is also what your AI has created. And now where does this slide come in? It comes in this, because like I said, Watson, we were training it, right? Today, I don't need to train Watson. I just upload my policy, it makes its own questions. And these are the typical questions that an employee can ask. I will respond. This is a typical slide that I asked, and the AI system made it. So what is interesting about this image? What is interesting about this image? This image, compare it with your LEADxAI image, right? So I uploaded that and I said, this is what we are talking about. Do not use this image, do not use the same image. It created this image. Adobe Firefly has created this image based on what your image was and based on my input, right? This doesn't exist anywhere else. So the tremendous power that AI is bringing in, Gen AI is bringing into the workplace is enormous, and and you are standing on the cusp of a beautiful revolution that is going to happen, right? What we were doing and 10 years in this space in IT and 10 years in the engineering space is a long time. A lot of things happen, and in that time, the systems have evolved to now start talking to me as a partner. So when 2008, Watson, Siri, 2015, we were talking about robotic process automation. What was robotic process automation? Right, at one point of time, I don't know how many of you code here, right? How many of you have written Excel macros or seen what Excel macros do? Perfect. So what robotic process automation was doing was a plus of Excel macro. So you could write an Excel macro saying that, okay, take this data from this sheet, take it, do this operation, place it here. Take this, place it here. RPA said, okay, fine, if you can do it in Excel, why can't you do it for others? So What RPA was doing is, it said you give access to the bot will do part of your tedious processing. So again, deviating a little, all companies, right, all companies have multiple HR systems, right, and the interesting part of it is, depending on who the HR head is, they would have bought a HR system for talent acquisition, then they would have an HR system for basically keeping the employee data, something for payroll, maybe something for reward recognition, all of it. And no matter what any vendor tells you, none of them talk to each other. Right? They'll say, we'll do API integration, we'll open it out, we will do this, we will do that. End of it, you will still need a guy to physically download an Excel report, make the necessary jugglery, and upload the Excel report once more. RPA said, we will take care of that. All right? And no matter what the system is, once you train the bot that you have to pick this data from here, do this and put it there, they'll keep doing it. RPA started getting an employee ID because you needed them to access the system. So the bot became another employee of yours. In the night when everybody went home, the bot woke up, did all of this, so by next day morning everything is neat and clean. Brilliant. But that was like the base level what it was doing. And that also was the beginning where you started having non-human workers in the workforce. You have given him the bot an employee ID. You have given the bot an access. So bot is logging in with his own access into the system, making the changes and logging out. So written, and actually it was, that program was written to prove mathematical theorems. So it proved some 56 mathematical theorems, and in very elegant ways. There was a lot, most of it was restricted to labs, right? Somebody is doing some project in some R&D lab, something is going on and on. The thing came into it being is in the last 5 years. What happened there? Or rather 10 years maybe, when AI really kicked in everything that we did. What happened there? The computing power, right? The cost of computing power went down exponentially. With that, AI could be integrated in everything. And like I was telling somebody the other day, if it is something that you can't, if you can touch something, you put a nano in front of it. If you can't touch it, you put AI in front of it. Right? So everybody and their uncle, they are working on AI, or they are doing something in nano. So there's some, so a cloth to clean your car is also a nano cloth, and there is an AI on integrated water bottles also, which is going to tell you when the water is hot or when it is cold. So anybody and everybody is on it, but still AI is something that is impacting the way we work. And if I look at the employee life cycle, which areas will AI impact in this employee life cycle moment? Every single area. So where does it start, right? So like I said, chatbots were the first place where AI came in. The next big thing was the applicant tracking system. Resume parsers. Every single person was working on resume parsers. You had ATS systems companies by the dozen. Right, so you had something called Zwayam, you had something called Skillet. Everybody and their uncle were again starting companies on ATS systems. What was this ATS system doing? This ATS system was looking at your resume, right, reading it line by line, that have been there, right? All the HRIS systems that have been there, they say that we make it easier for you, but it really doesn't. Your people decisions, who to hire, who to fire, who to promote, what hikes to give, right? These are some of the worst decisions we as HRs, as managers, as leaders ever make, right? It is biased to the core. It is the best of the best HRIS system, your SAP, Oracle, anything will give you data. It gives you dumps and dumps of data. It says that, yeah, so-and-so he has graduated in this, post-graduation in this, has worked in this company, all the data you have. But it doesn't answer the question of so what, right? What happens is Then you sit on that, you sit with Excel on it, and you do some analytics on it, and then you say, okay, now you know what, we should do this. Or you have a small sample size, and in that small sample size you decide. That again is another feature of what AI in HR is doing. AI in HR is connected to the world. So like I was giving you the example of this ATS system, right? So ATS systems were parsing resumes. We were getting resume after resume, and they were putting it in a nice Excel sheet, and then the hiring manager would look at it, and then he would filter, okay, a person with 30 years of experience, so how do we filter? Let's look at his 10 standard marks. Whoa. Why? But what happens is, the way this ATS system started evolving is, it started looking at data from across, right? Imagine you have opened up a job posting, right, and you have written a JD on that, imperfect JD, but the system has now read the keywords from the JD and has created a new JD for you, saying that this is what this job should look like. There's a company called Workable which is doing that. Workable says, most hiring managers have no clue about what they want. They are looking at a purple squirrel, right? And how many of you have seen a purple squirrel? Right? Okay. So nobody. So that is something that you don't find. But hiring managers are always looking for that. Not this. Not this. What Workable does is, it creates a JD. It lets you select the skills, and it creates a JD. Right? And then that JD it matches that JD across millions and millions of profiles. Just imagine the way where it can now start looking at all LinkedIn, right? And then say that, okay, these are the set of people who can potentially be what you're looking at. Add the comp to that, and then you put it up. Like, okay, these are the 1,000 people. This is the average comp. You are looking for a person with 2 horns, with a tail, and at a cost that comes that is lesser than what the market is. Not possible. Up your band, up your salary, right? That can happen when you start looking at a data set which is the larger data set. The minute you start using your AI system inside your company, right? Just saying that I'll restrict it only to the data that is there inside my company. Okay. Okay. Sure. No problem. Yeah, I got it. It's, yeah. I think it should be done. Yeah. Now it's better. Yeah. Good. So just one second. Yeah. So what happens is when you look at the data that is residing only in your company, there is this huge scope for bias that comes in. Where does this bias come in? Because your hiring is inherently biased. Any decision that we have made, any people decision that we have made is inherently biased. Right? It is biased based on what I have gone through, what my manager has gone through, what the other folks have gone through. So what filters in and comes, right? So no matter how much we say we believe in inclusion, we believe in this, we believe in that, human bias comes in at every stage. So from this billions of people for potential workforce that we have across the globe, and when you want to hire this one person there, by the time the filtration criteria have kicked in, the last 5 CVs that are there, they are biased CVs. Whether you use an ATS parser, whether you don't use an ATS parser, whether you use an Excel sheet, whether you don't, it is biased. How do you get around it? You use an AI system which is talking across, giving you data of across, saying that, hold on, if you are looking at these skills, this is what the comp looks like, this is where they are available, this is what they are typically doing, now take a decision. People decision, and I'm talking about comp, the next place that AI is doing a lot of work and a lot of support to the HR folks is in the compensation side, in the equity side. Again, research has shown if you, people don't really look at high salaries. You can pay me anything, but if you pay my peer more than me, I am unhappy, right? Uh, and the research has shown that people are unhappier at it is almost 13x negative reaction to perceived pay difference than the actual pay. So essentially, if my pay is whatever and my peer is getting more than me, I am unhappy, and I am unhappy at 13x is the ratio. So what I would generally want to do is, how do I reduce this equity, right? How do I make it equitable pay, right? The way to do it is look at data. What do we do today? So some of you who will intern with companies, you will be asked to do what is called benchmarking surveys. So one of the interns will talk to other interns in their peer companies, and then they'll get some data. We'll talk to the EYs, the Aeons of the world, and they will give us some data, and then there will be a benchmarking report, right? So if median salary is this, your folks are so much below or so much above the median salary. A much elegant way of doing that would be using a AI system, which is anyway talking to all the systems across, and then it is coming up and giving me a benchmark report which says that this is what your typical pay grades are looking like. This is what your typical inside your company. This is what the difference between X and Y is. They're both doing the same job, but look out, you seem to be paying X more than Y. When they started using AI systems, recently some of the large companies, they also realized that there was a gender pay gap that they are dealing with now, right? That's for the same work, women were getting paid less than men. I thought that was eliminated long back, but unfortunately it seems to be true even today, right? And we could not make it out by looking at data. Normally, you needed an AI system to look at this massive amount of data across companies and then come to the conclusion that, yes, there is a problem. So in your employee life cycle, recruitment is going to get affected. Comp is going to get affected. What about interviewing? Right? Google came up with this premises, Laszlo Bock, saying that, like I just began, that all hiring managers make pathetic people decisions. So we will use an AI to do the interviewing. And they had a very nice run. It was beautiful, right? All the biases eliminated, everything working smooth, till they realized that the AI system is also biased. And why was it biased? Because like we said, AI learns. It learns from the data that you feed in. So you feed in biased data, it starts becoming biased. So if you feed in enough biased data to the AI system, it will give you an output saying that, okay, all top performers are white Caucasian males. Right? So that is one of the things that engineers are working on how to ensure that there is no bias in the system. That's a thing, but that should not scare you on adopting AI. But the AI interviewing piece worked beautifully. All the biases so-called biases that we typically had were eliminated, right? Bias on looks, bias on what he's wearing, bias on, what accent the mother tongue influence that the person has. All those things were eliminated, right? Then comes the next bit on learning. And learning is somewhere where AI is doing a huge amount of work. What is that is happening today? So if you join, so I'm addressing most of the students here, when you join your companies, what will happen is, most of you will join as management trainees. There will be a dedicated career path. Management trainee, month 1 you do this, quarter 1 you will do this, quarter 2 you will do this, you will be rotated. All of that will happen. And then 1 year later, you are no longer a management trainee, you are a manager or a senior manager, and boom, all this thing disappears. There's nobody who is guiding you any longer. There's nobody who's talking to you about which career path, and then you go and tell the HR, okay, fine, I'm a management trainee. Yeah, you're a management trainee. You are one of our fast trackers. you're doing a good job. No, but hold on, I've been put in sales, I want to move to marketing. No, but that is part of the plan, you be in sales. And 2 years later, or rather 2 years from when you pass out, you say, enough is enough, I don't want to sit and do this, selling soaps in villages. I rather quit, I will go back to corporate, right? And company after company, you lose bulk of the management trainees in year 2, right? And then they've all gone haywire. And then some people who stick around, who are there, they grow at a steady clip. I would not really put it a fast track clip. Imagine a scenario where there are defined career paths which a system is building out for you. Taking my interest in thing. Okay, so Mansaj is interested in this. The system has also looked at my LinkedIn. It has also looked at my Facebook profile. It has looked at all my social media thing and said that, okay, fine, this guy is interested in this. Typically, he would want to have this path. Can I give him, these are some stretch projects that he can do. This is the mentor I can assign. Mentor assignment is another big pain today. What do you do? I assign, so Aditya has been assigned as my mentor. Aditya is a finance person. I am a HR person. But no, you have been assigned, now you have to mentor him. We have nothing in common. We know this thing, right? So can we make it a little more, can we make it better? Can I look at it and say that, why do I need to have a mentor from this company itself? Why can't I have a mentor from the industry? Right? Why can't I have, a learning that my L&D team is giving? Why do I need to go through that? Why can't I attend a symposium that TAPMI is organizing? Now the question is, the L&D team doesn't even know that TAPMI is organizing a symposium. But if you have a AI system which is constantly in the lookout, and they'll say, you know what, hold on, once there is this HR conference that TAPMI is organizing, I think you should go there because it will help. Right? That nudge, that push, that saying that, this is what you can do. And this is possible only if there is a system which is looking across at all the things and looking at different people and different personas and saying, these are some of the things that I can do for you. The next thing, and in this learning piece, so Unext, the company that I represent, right? Unext is a company which is in the learning ecosystem. What do? We, keep saying, we want to make education accessible and affordable for folks. And so we help universities go online, and we are also the people who are behind Online Manipal. So SMU, MUJ, and Mahe, and TAPMI are the companies, are the university that we have taken online. So what is the persona of a learner, right? So digressing a little, but this is interesting. So just give me give me that minute. Our learners are in tier 2, tier 3 cities of this country, right? Typically, these are folks who would not come to a big city to study, or would not have taken this effort to come. And these are the people that we are catering to. Now, most of them, they log into the system, to our LMS system. They listen to the lectures. If they can't attend the live lecture, they attend the asynchronous lectures. They have the notes and everything. We have introduced something called a AI prof. Now, what is the AI prof doing there? The AI prof is helping the student summarize. Now, look at the scale of what we are talking about, right? We have in Online Manipal, we have 50,000 students today. 50,000 students. Now, if we had to have physical profs helping each student, the prof would be doing only that for his entire 7 days a week, maybe 18 hours a day. So this AI prof goes through all the course materials. It summarizes the course material for the child and puts it up. It answers questions based on the course material. So again, I have a doubt, right? I'm an MBA student. I have a doubt on Vroom's theory. Now, in the typical chatbot model, somebody would have had to be at the back sitting and keying in the different kind of questions that this guy could have. What is the AI prof doing? Vroom's theory, not only the material that is there, but also all the material that is available in the World Wide Web and in other systems. It is pulling it together and giving the answer, right? Typically, like ChatGPT is working, right? ChatGPT, when you, so now ChatGPT 5, they have introduced this piece where they also give the sources, right? Where is this answer from? And one of the reasons they've introduced the sources is your AI systems can hallucinate. I'll not get into that detail, that is for a tech thing. But this AI prof is now helping your student answer questions. The AI prof is helping the student summarize the course material, right? Looking at it in a short encapsulated form. Typically now, in a physical university, like professors would agree, students study on the last day. Now imagine what happens in an online university. For people must be studying last hour, right? So this AI prof summarizes it and puts it up for them. So there is a huge amount of work that is happening on the learning system. Retention system, right? What are the things that we can do in the retention system? How do I retain people? What do I, how do I connect with the alum base, right? Companies also have alumni. Companies also would want to reach back to some of the alumni. How do I connect with them? How do I keep track of them? Systems that are doing this, right? So I kept a few to these two slides on the use cases of AI, which I've been taking you through, right? But I will quickly wrap up saying that, you know, AI in HR is not a challenge. AI in HR is a lot of opportunity. There is huge amount of opportunity coming our way. Yes, some roles in HR will no longer be relevant. AI will do a lot of it. A lot of this army of HR teams that who sit and do this question answer bit that I call it, or who do the Santa Claus bit, they will be eliminated. They will be, but you will actually do what HR is. You will actually connect with people now. You will actually do the core bit of human resources. So with that, I think I will end my talk. It has been an interesting journey for AI and HR together, and I see a lot more potential in this. And if we, we need to be AI first. As we design HR processes, we need to be AI first, is my core belief. With that, thank you everyone. Thank you for this time. And I hope it was something that you liked.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majumdar. It's a very interesting topic, and the discussion can go on for really long hours. He rightly captured some of the most important aspects of AI, explaining right from generative AI to RPA to biases and everything. Thank you very much for a very insightful discussion, sir. In the interest of time, we can take maybe one question, if that's okay. Yes, there's one question someone has.
Go ahead, you can use this, you can come over here.
Hello, good morning, sir. My name is Kanishk Prasha. So I just want to ask that due to the advent of AI, as an HR, how do you balance AI-driven efficiency with human-centered approaches?
Okay, so interesting. How do I balance AI-driven efficiencies with human-centered approaches? Today, AI is scratching the surface. I have not done anything in AI. A lot of it that I'm talking about is still experimental, that we are working, and it is something that we have not really implemented. The AI prof is something that we have done. The interviewing part is something that we have done, but rest of it is still work in progress. So what is happening today is the AI efficiency that is coming in is going to slowly replace some of the human, the people that we have. That will free up the HR business partners, the HR folks, to actually do what HR is, right? Relate to people. At the end of it, employees don't really want to be talking to a bot, right? It can be it can be the best bot possible, but you don't really want to talk to a IVRS system, right? You want to talk to a call center employee. Similarly, you want to talk to a person. We are, at the end of it, AI is going to be a supplement to the HR business partner role. AI is not going to replace the HR business partner. There was something that you had, so if we can take one and they can...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. You might want to come up because I think by the time you are... Good morning, sir. So you had spoken of the imminent biases in AI and the implications of AI in the workforce. So how do we realize that AI augments human intuition and does not dehumanize the workforce? AI is not going to dehumanize the workforce. AI is going to make your decisions better. Today, your decisions, to put it mildly, they, with the fog of war that we have, it is the best that we are doing, but it is not really the best decisions that we are taking. Any people decision, right? AI is just going to give you it is like going to be a mirror saying that, hold on, if you might take this decision, but these are the other data points that are there for you. AI will not take decisions on your behalf. AI will be a decision supplementing unit. Right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mansich, for taking time off your busy schedule and joining us here today. I would request Professor Aditya to extend our token of gratitude to Mr. Mansich. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. I'm in Deakin. Up next, we have a brief announcement on the TAPMI Bengaluru Deakin pathway. I'm happy to invite Professor Colin Higgins, who will be joining virtually and addressing our students. Professor Higgins is a professor of management and the Associate Dean, International and Partnerships in the Faculty of Business and Law. Welcome, Mr. Higgins.
Hello, Professor Colin, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Fantastic.
Yes, great, excellent.
Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, and I've been very inspired by the speakers that I've heard throughout the conclave so far. So I'm very sorry that I'm not able to be there in person, but I'm delighted to spend a couple of minutes talking to you about an exciting new partnership that we've formed with TAPMI around the future workforce, which is very much on topic for what it is that you're discussing over these couple of days. Very much about the future workforce, envisioning the future workforce, how we think about developing and nurturing the future talent that's going to pick up on many of those trends that the previous speaker was talking about. I will share my screen just to keep me on track with a few slides as much as anything else, and that will enable me just to step through some of the points that I'd like to raise with you this morning. So this is a very exciting partnership that we've forged. There is a long-standing relationship between Deakin University in Australia and Mahe, and we're very excited to extend this to TAPMI. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the pathway that we've established, which is a guaranteed first-year entry into these 7 master's programs for students that complete the Bachelor of Business Administration at TAPMI. So a very exciting opportunity. There are a number of courses here that are available to students. touching on many of those future industries and those future roles and those future jobs that have been talked about. And I'm going to step through a little bit about what we do that actually helps to ensure that the future workforce is ready for many of the trends that you're discussing, and a little bit about how we go about doing that. So it's great that you've got such a wide audience there. Clearly this presentation will be more targeted towards the students, but we are a very open university with a number of industry partnerships, and the types of partnerships that we have with higher education institutions such as TAPMI and MAHE also help us to gain the insights that you're talking about today through the extensive connections that you have as well. So this is the pathway, but who are we and why should you study with us? Who are Deakin University and the Deakin Business School? What do we look like, and what are some of the things that make us stand out from amongst the other 20-odd thousand universities in the world and the other 40 or so that operate in Australia? So we are one of the best business schools in the world. We're ranked in the top 1% of business schools globally through the accreditation networks that we have. The university has been ranked number 1 in Victoria for student satisfaction for 14 consecutive years. And this is a measure that is determined by students. It's not us that says that. It's not based on some external agency. It is a government survey of students that's conducted every year. And for the last 14 years, we have been number 1 in the state of Victoria from that Quilt survey. There are, as I mentioned before, there are about 42 university-based business schools in Australia. We're ranked amongst the top 5, and in Victoria amongst the top 3, and that's by the Australian Financial Review, the BOSS survey, and that takes into account the views of employers, based on their perceptions of the quality of the students that come out from us. And there are about 25,000 universities in the world, and we ranked within the top one, around about 110 for the undergraduate and the postgraduate programs that we offer. In terms of the university as a whole, just to set a little bit more of a scene, of those 25,000, the QS World University Rankings that came out earlier this year ranked us within the top 200 universities in the world. And this is we're very proud of this. And it's these types of numbers that enable us to pursue quality partnerships with organisations such as MAHE and TAPMI as well. And in the 2024 Times World University Rankings, we moved up 20 places this year from 260 to 244 places. Just another point about this context, which is very important, is that there are 25,000 universities in the world. Many of them are very, very old. We are only 50 years old. So to be moving up the rankings in this way provides you, students and parents and employers, with some assurance about the quality of what it is that we do. And I'm going to step through a couple of the factors that give rise to these types of rankings and provide a little bit more insight into what students experience with us when they study. So what does set us apart? World-class quality. You'll notice that one of the 7 programs is in sport management, a very, very big growth area right across the world. And this is not about athletes or athlete management or athletes playing particular sports. The university is number 1 in the world for sports science, which is an incredibly growing discipline around biomechanics, around nutrition, and around athlete management. And we are in the top 10 in the world for sport management, which is about running the cricket leagues, the IPLs, the football leagues, the cricketing bodies. We have a number of partnerships with most of the members of the International Cricket Council around the world, including in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, South Africa, the big cricketing nations. Melbourne, of course, in Australia, where Deakin is based, is the sporting capital of Australia. So our sport management programs are within the best in the world. Our master's program in business analytics, which is also part of this pathway relationship that we have with you, and of interest, I think, to most that are at the conference, the conclave there that you're running this weekend. First specialist master's program in Australia, And that's also accredited by the Australian Computer Society, which is the industry association. At our MBA program, we have an MBA International, which is focused exclusively on the needs of international students in terms of access to employers, networks for internships, industry mentors, industry peers that ensure that from the word go, from the first day on the program in the first year, we are working with you to develop your network and to ensure that you have the skills to guarantee your employability, but also the networks and the experience through work integrated learning and internships that provide you with hands-on learning experience. And really what we've done, and this is perhaps germane to what you're discussing also this weekend, what we've done is all of our programs now have this pivot towards the future workforce. Things like fintech and entrepreneurship and innovation, digital transformation, the future of work, etc., are no longer just add-ons to our business programs or no longer confined to just the tech-based courses. These are the areas of focus that permeate through all of the courses that we offer at the undergraduate level and also amongst those 7 that I mentioned as part of the TAPMI pathway that we have. So that means that our employers, that underpins how our employers rank us in those outcomes that I mentioned before, how we're ranked and how we're placed nationally and internationally, because we have made this change in our curriculum. We keep our curriculum very current based on the input of industry bodies, industry partners and industry associations. So tech, whether it's around HR, as you've been discussing, or whether it's around fintech or martech or supply chains, technology, digital transformation, the future of work, what those roles involve, are a core part of all of the courses that we offer. And here's just a bit of a snapshot, just those that would fit on this screen, of the industry connections that we have. These industry connections inform our curriculum through advisory boards, and they play a number of other roles as well, offering internships, capstone projects, and they supply mentors to work with students while they're also studying. And you can see there's quite a spread there in terms of financial services such as PwC, CPA, the NAB, the sporting organisations I mentioned before, Tennis Australia, Cricket Australia, technology companies like SAS and IBM, and Dimension Data, and a whole range of other organisations as well, GlaxoSmithKline, Holden, large retailers like Coles. So these organisations, as I mentioned, offer internships to our students, but our internships have also evolved and developed over the past few years to offer a wide range of different approaches for you, students, to pursue that pathway that interests you. The internship in the bottom right-hand corner is the most traditional form that you'd be mostly familiar with, but you can see there are also a range of others. Perhaps one of the most popular ones at the moment on the left-hand side, in the middle, left-hand side of the screen in the middle, is our entrepreneurship experience. Many students are very interested in careers in some of those organisations on the previous slide or some of those below on this slide, but many are also interested in developing a startup or thinking about the startup approach to their careers going forward. Entrepreneurship, innovation, building that into our programs has become a very, very important part of how we bring that focus that I mentioned before. And this is just some examples of the industry partners that we've had and how they've contributed and how they continue to contribute right across those 7 programs that I mentioned as capstone partners, tools and software partners, mentoring, bringing industry professionals in, and also many of the internships that we offer to our students. And internships are a compulsory part of all of those 7 courses. An internship must be completed with a real organisation doing a real job around these skills and these roles and these jobs that employers are looking for. That's a very, very important part of being job ready when you complete your studies with us. What also sets us apart is our what we call Deakin Talent, and this is a program where we start to work with you, as you'll see on the far left-hand side of the screen there, before you even come to Australia as an international student. This is the international Deakin Talent program, pre-departure program, we found a few years ago through the research that most students leave thinking about their jobs, thinking about where they're going to go upon graduation far too late. All of the research points to the earlier you start thinking about your career, the more likely you are to land that job that you're looking for in that industry that interests you. So we start working with students before you even leave in the pre-departure program to get you oriented towards what Deakin Talent is and the types of services that are on offer. And then, as you can see, we step through step through with you at each stage of your journey with us in terms of a careers program, internship opportunities, employment expos, international job boards, and graduate job search services as well. And overlaying that, the Deakin Talent services also cover all of these usual services that you'd expect from a university careers, but very much within this one here, very much tailored towards you, our international students. And international students are very, very important. Just to give another piece of context, Deakin University has about 60,000 students. We are a very, very large university. 15,000 of those students, about the size of some UK universities in their entirety. We have about 15,000 international students coming from more than 130 different countries. So that means that we're very experienced at this type of graduate employability program, and we're very experienced in terms of what career success workshops, career coaching, resume and job application, jobs and internships, employer events, interview skills, and so on mean and matter for international students as well. And it's not just me saying that. During the height of a pandemic, when our borders were closed for 2 years, we maintained those services that we offer and actually won an International Employability Award for the way in which we approach employability for international students. The scale of our operations has given us a lot of insight to ensure that we absolutely get this right, because it's very important for us that it works for you. So what do the opportunities look like in many of those courses? I'll just very briefly give you some recent employment data. These are some of the market insights that we have, and we update these, we monitor these all the time. If we look at some of the roles for those that study in the analytics program, significant growth and high starting salaries. All those industry partners that I mentioned before are screaming out to us to produce more graduates in the business analytics area. 30% growth in these job sectors here: business analyst, data analyst, reporting analyst, and so on. And you can see that that's reflected in the starting salaries. Basic supply and demand. There's a lot of demand, limited supply of graduates with these skills and with this experience. In areas of commerce and the more traditional areas of accounting, finance, HR, marketing, and so on, still solid growth, 9, 11, 16, 11% growth. Weekly earnings, starting salaries are still also very, very competitive. It is very much the analytics area, as you've been discussing today, the envisaging the future workforce is where many of those job opportunities lie. Some of our students go into retail, supply chain, contract project administration, project management roles, significant growth in these areas as well. So there are quite a few opportunities. What we're really excited about is that what we're very excited about is that partnering with an organisation like TAPMI means that you get the best of both worlds. We build on the experiences you've had through studying the BBA and take that to the next level by providing you with global exposure when you study in Australia at Deakin. What I will do is, if you'll indulge me for 1 minute further, I will just share this video with you, and I just need to change a slight setting on this here. Okay, couldn't share. I'm not sure if the sound will come up, but if not, you'll get a little bit of a picture about what it looks like anyway. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, bear with me if the sound doesn't come up, but you can look at the pictures. Student. Let's say he gets it wrong.
So I normally take number 75 tram because it's really handy getting dropped off in front of the Burwood campus. I grab my coffee and head to my first lecture for the day.
First up, we're in the business school. It's a lot of fun getting real hands-on experience here in the Deakin training room.
My first lecture of the day is organizational psychology. It's one of my favorite classes.
Next up, I have a meeting with a student advisor for work integrated learning. I really want to join the upcoming study tour, so I'm chatting to them about my options.
I actually have a break between now and my tutorial, so I'm going to meet up with my friends to get lunch at the Fusion Cafe.
For all the info I needed from the student advisors, I'm just going to spend a bit of time in the library now to do some study.
I'm back from my tutorial. This is where I get one-on-one time with my tutors. They're so approachable and always happy to help.
Alright, I'm all done for the day. Time for me to head back to Res.
I'm also going back home now.
Hope to see you here next year at Deakin.
See you soon.
So I'm not sure if you were able to hear the audio on that, but it would have at least given you a little bit of a visual about what life is like at Deakin. That's all I wanted to cover today. I'm very excited, and we're very excited about our partnership with TAPMI. Very inspired by the conference that you're running this weekend. These areas are critically important, and we're delighted to be an education partner walking alongside TAPMI and walking alongside you, the future workforce, to realise the huge potential and opportunities that the transformation we're seeing within organisations and within industries, and how that's taking place. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Higgins. It was a fantastic presentation. I would just like to add to the students that Deakin has agreed to take for around 25 students for every batch into their 6 master's programs that they have identified to partner with us. And I will just, in a minute, summarize those master's programs for those who may not would like to understand. It's an MBA International, MBA in Masters in Finance, Masters in Professional Accounting, Masters in Business Analytics, Masters of Information Systems, and Masters of Business Sports Management. These are the 6 programs that we identified with Deakin for your partnership. I hope you guys work hard over the next few years that you are with us to ensure that you can exploit this opportunity to the fullest and make a great career like what we have committed to at TAPMI. So thank you, Professor Collins, and have a good day.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Yeah,
Take care.
sure.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Now we break for tea and refreshments. We have an interesting set of panels scheduled further.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the second day of the Global Leadership Conference 2024. I'm Rishabh Bisani from TAPMI Bengaluru, and it is a pleasure seeing you all as enthusiastic as ever. As we continue our journey together, today promises to be just as enriching and exciting as yesterday. We have a lineup of speakers and panelists ready to share their expertise and perspectives on a diverse range of topics. So without further ado, let's kick off our first session of the day. The first panel for the day discusses the topic, Budding Ideologies, Shifting from KPI to KHI. While you all may be aware of KPI, KHI may be an unfamiliar term. Key performance indicators help organizations measure progress towards goals, providing clear data-driven insights. However, they often focus too much on numbers, overlooking employees' emotional and social needs. Key human indicators address these issues by emphasizing human factors that drive performance. By prioritizing a supportive environment where employees feel valued, KHIs boost engagement, foster innovation, and promote sustainable growth, creating a balance between people and performance for long-term success. This panel is marked by industry leaders from diverse backgrounds who are pioneers of this evolution in the corporate world. So without further delay, let me introduce you to our speakers for this session. Our moderator for this panel is a distinguished HR leader with a visionary approach, currently the Chief Human Resources Officer for the Alumina business at Vedanta Limited. He has extensive experience in HR transformation and business strategy. Previously, as head of HR transformation at L&T Mindtree, he managed a global mandate across 4 geographies. He has hired over 100 CXO-level executives at L&T and has earned prestigious awards like the Extra Miler Award from NHRD Bhubaneswar and TAPMI Young HR Leader Award. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bikram Kishori Nayak. Our first speaker for this panel is an accomplished HR leader and visionary. With a doctorate from IIM Ahmedabad, he has held key roles, including President and Head of HR at Thomas Cook India and Global HR Head at Cipla. Currently, he is the CHRO at Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals. Please put your hands together for Dr. Prashant Nair. Our next speaker is an HR leader with over 2 decades of experience. Currently the Vice President of Human Resources at HDFC AMC Limited, she is an alumna of the Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management. She has won the BML Munjal Award for Excellence in Learning and Development and the Women in Leadership Award by Will Forum India. Please put your hands together for Ms. Munmun Roy. Our final panelist is an accomplished HR leader with 3 decades of experience. She currently serves as the Group Head of Organization Effectiveness and HR Transformation at the Aditya Birla Group. She regularly puts her blogs on perspectives.net.in and has co-authored the Harvard-published case study, Health for All, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories and Rural India. Please put your hands together for Ms. Padma Rajeshwari. It has been my absolute honor introducing our distinguished panelists. And now, without further ado, I would like to hand over the stage to them. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. A very good morning to one and all here. First of all, let me congratulate the organizing committee for bringing such a stupendous 2 days event. The kind of topics here are so contemporary and so relevant. In the green room, I was telling that it has such hot topics, maybe 1 hour is not enough. You keep discussing again and again such topics, and today's topic, budding ideologies, shifting from KPIs to KHIs, nothing more than that. I think very, very debatable, hot topic. We'd like to bring the concept first, then the industry experience, then the views of my co-panelists. So we all are ready. So let me start with something which all of us have experienced. Over a period of time, the jobs have shifted from farms to factories. That means from agriculture, farmlands to factories. From factories to offices. From factories, people have migrated to cities, offices, and all. Now, from offices to cloud, isn't it? Today, hardly 40–50% of the population, they go to office, work from home, work from anywhere. and it's all cloud. It's all there. This is Industry 4.0. We talk about industrial IoT, we talk about artificial intelligence, machine learning. Now we are cusp of another disruptive technology and transformation, maybe Industry 5.0, generative AI, correct? So this is where we are leading. And while all these migrations are happening, if you relate, let me take you back to Industrial Revolution. Okay, way back in the 18th century, how all these things have started. Industrial Revolution, if you have studied, it's common sense. Even school days also is read about the Industrial Revolution, how it started. It started with ideas and industries, like you have ideas how to change, reform from manual way of doing to disruptive way or technology bringing and all. That was a time when a lot of mechanization, automation happened, Industrial Revolution. More focus on productivity, more focus on performance than people. Then all these rules came, 9 hours working, 9 hours in a day working, lunch time, and all these things. If you have studied Industrial Revolutions, these are the part of the things which come under that. And the whole crux of the thing is, it was again rich versus poor, because the industrialists, they want to earn more money, and the people, the workforce, they are being deprived of overtime and all those stuffs. Correct? Hope you are able to relate. Now, after 300 years, almost 250 years, 250 years, I think the fundamental remains the same. Even though we are in Industry 5.0, we are talking about Gen AI, generative artificial intelligence, and all those stuff. But the basic remains the same. Today, it is, wherever you go, it is, people will ask, are you a task master or are you a people master? That is task orientation or people orientation. Whether there should be KPIs or KHIs. You know, some of my friends, HR friends, they say KPI is not key performance indicator. KPI is keep people interested, keep people involved. That is participative management. Keep people inspired, lead by example. These are all good fundamental things. These are all goody things HR guys will talk. But when you come to business, the businessman will say, you HR guys, you don't know business. You will only talk, keep people happy, keep people indicator, keep people informed. End of the day, we want result, profit. And I'll tell you a very fact which many of you will accept. And it's a truth. There are companies, big companies, tier 1 companies. The average employee salary versus the CEO salary is 500 times, 600 times. If you see companies, say the average salary is 10 lakhs, CTC I'm saying. The CEO CTC is 50 crores. Don't you think it's insane? And the more incentive or the more profit sharing the CEO will get when there is a less of your people budget or people expenses. The CEO thinks how you can make more money with less people. I'm taking you way back to Industrial Revolution where the same thing has started. So this is a very debatable question. With this yearly context setting, I will start with my fellow panelists. Ladies first, so with Padma. So I'll start. I would like to know the first of the things, what are the fundamental differences between KPIs and KSIs? If we start with you, we'll keep setting the dialogue on. Over to you, Padma.
Thank you. Uh, that's a good question to start with. What's the difference between KPI and KHI? If I put it in a very crisp manner, KPI is a lot more related with the business focus. So we have all heard businesses focus on what's the revenue, what's the profitability. All of you are BBA students. Profitability, market cap, market share, all of that really come under the KPI. Of course, functions like HR also has their KPIs, but KPIs tend to be far more harder to measure. KHI, which is really coming up now, the key human indicators, it really focuses more around the sustainable part of human beings, you know. So this is, I'm sure all of you would have studied it in HR or will be studying it. Throughout, there has been talk around people being holistic people, you know. It's not that an employee comes to the office, leaving aside his human part of it, his personal life aside altogether, right? It has always been told to us. But usually what happens is businesses have always looked at individuals as either a pair of hands or a pair of hands coming with intelligence. So the shift really is about looking at people as whole. And when we are looking at people as whole, there are multiple parameters which really help us achieve that and accordingly also achieve the key performance indicators of the organization. So if I have the people taken care of, it will automatically give me the business results. So just a couple of parameters as examples. I'm sure we will discuss more. First one, for example, is the health and well-being of employees. I think that's coming up very, very clearly. The second thing organizations are hesitating to use, but it's very critical, is the employability. I hope we get an opportunity to speak about employability today. With these two, let me give it to my other panelists so that they can bring in the other parameters.
Yeah, thank you, Padma, for setting the context. I've been reflecting on this topic and very interesting one. So, one thing that our fellow moderator mentioned, that it becomes very difficult when you talk about KHI without having a strong business proposition attached to it. So if you really look at it, and I think Padma mentioned that we are using KHI from the perspective of building sustainable individuals who are whole-brained, who bring their whole self to work. So if we really need to actionalize KHI, I think for the business, it has to be through the medium of ESG. There is a lot of discussion worldwide going around that how do you become a sustainable, environmentally responsible, very strong, governance-oriented organization. In fact, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs may soon make it important disclosure for organizations which are listed to have a formal ESG framework. So a lot of the things that we will be discussing around, the mental well-being, the cognitive part of it, the emotional well-being, in fact, even the financial well-being over a period of time, I think will get covered as well as captured as a part of the overall ESG framework of the organizations going forward. So this would be my take on it. In fact, I would like to pass on the baton to my panelist after this. There's one piece I remembered which I had heard from Mr. Anand Mahindra. We were in a meeting and he mentioned that, listen, as HR folks here, your responsibility is to ensure that you measure, give experiences to people so that people say that my tenure at Mahindra was the best from the perspective that I was the best here. And I think that can only happen if we really focus on the KHIs along with the KPIs.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and pleasure to be here. Thanks for the questions. Very interesting topic, but the way I put it is, I don't see a major difference between KPI, so as to say, and KHI. Okay, you can. Okay, I really don't see a major difference between KPI and KHI. You can wordsmith it, you can put some additional language to it. What does a business exist for? Means for BBA students, all of us are aware of that, but to the period of repetition, let me just mention that. The three probably most important stakeholders are the shareholders, the consumers, and employees. Right? And each one of them, while their manifested expectations would be, for example, shareholders would want return on their money invested, consumers would want a good product in meeting with their expectations, and employees would want a great career or life in the organization. Underneath that is the expectation of certainty, predictability, and what drives all these three? It is the trust. It is the factor of trust. Okay. Now, without trust, business cannot exist. Businesses could be different. The culture could be different. I am not a person who could say that company X is better than company Y. But be it company X or be it company Y, let me use an example which is not in India, which is a Google or a Tesla. Okay, you are very clear about what you are giving to a consumer. You are very clear about what you are giving to an employee. Okay. As long as that certainty and predictability is there, and that boils down to trust. I say what I do what I say. It really doesn't matter whether you capture it in a KPI, you call it KPI, or you call it KHI. So to me, at a larger level or a deeper level, the way you would want to look at it, these are essentially the same thing, but without trust, without taking care of all the three stakeholders equally, businesses would cease to exist. And what is culture made of? What is trust made of? If I have to, I expect this question from Bikram, so I'm going a step forward and answering that question. How do you measure trust? Now we want to measure trust as a lag indicator or a lead indicator. It depends. If you want to measure it as a lag indicator, which is an output measure it in terms of consistency in terms of your results, consistency in terms of a product quality, consistency in terms of a service, consistency in terms of a retention capability. And if you want to measure it as an input variable, measure it in terms of culture, measure it in terms of capability, some of which measures I think some of you measured. So trust can be measured. Trust is both a tangible measure and a perception measure. So you call it whatever you want, but ultimately a business exists for taking care of its consumers, shareholders, employees, among other stakeholders like society. So that's my first point. I can get into my second point, why this is so, but I'll leave it to you.
Very good points, Prashant. Basically, you are just igniting my, thinking hat. So I'll come to that. So I can summarize what he said. KPI plus trust is KHI. So the more the trust, the KHI value will increase. That is what the equation says. So thanks for your inputs. But before that, what Padma and Munmun also said, that KPIs are more business-centric and the KHIs are more on the sustainability part, that how to sustain that business, to run that over and over, how you have to navigate. I'll give both the examples, what Prashant said and what Munmun and Padma has said. So coming back to Prashant again, when you spoke about trust, I'll tell you there is a very good analogy which Simon Sinek, you might have seen a lot of videos of him, okay? He used to tell this, you put toxicity or the managers in one axis and in another axis trust. Invariably in the corporate world, the toxic managers in the x-axis and x and y-axis is the trust. The trust level will be very less. They will be toxic, but they will be promoted first. This is how the corporate looks at. They are all task-driven. They are good taskmasters. They are all number-driven people, and it's not me and not the research has said. Even many occasions I have seen it is true. Organizations tend to promote people who are task-driven, who are toxic, who don't trust their people, and they keep soaring in the corporate ladder. That will come at a later stage. Now again, coming to that sustainability part, that human indicators, I think in some way, Munmun spoke about Mr. Mahindra, how he used to tell. One thing I will tell another group which is famous for sustaining for so many years, compromising profits over people. Compromising profit over people is the Tata Group. Very recently, we have seen, how much stories we are hearing from Mr. Ratan Tata's, the great Ratan Tata's demise, how Tata Group has created over a period of time, 120 years, they are doing, and the people who are doing their business, and the KPI plus trust quotient may be very high in such groups, the Tatas, Mahindra, she spoke about. Now let's go to the next question. Over to you. Let's start with Munmun. Culture again, because we are talking about culture, we are talking about the organizations like Mahindra, Tata. Let's see, how do organizations you feel and their cultures need to adapt to embrace KHIs? We spoke about 2 companies and all very relevant. But in general, how the cultures play a key role in the KHIs? Could you just give some light on that?
Actually, the crux of KHI at the core of it is the culture. And if you look at any large Indian conglomerates, whether it is, since I have my fellow panelists from these organizations, any large Indian conglomerates which is sustainable and has been with the country for years and years together, always used to measure KHI in some way or the other. May not be so much around the mental well-being and the overall financial well-being, but there was a lot of measurements going around from the perspective of employee engagement surveys. So, if you look at the good old balance scorecard, and you must have read about it, and our fellows, Kaplan and Norton has really brought it alive. So in BSc, the learning and growth perspective is nothing but the older version of KHIs, which we all measured. But yes, what is happening right now is there is a lot of awareness, right? That as human beings, we are not a pair of hands, as Padma also mentioned, that we come with being the complete personality. So there is a lot of acknowledgement about the mental quotient, the mental well-being, and everything put together. The person is not leaving his other self behind when he's coming to work, and post-COVID has made this awareness very, very heightened. So even for organizations right now, starting from top management and with the pressure, again, I will harp on this point of ESG, there is a little bit of, the movement has already started, that we need to measure KHI. KHI is important for my business outperformance. It is important that we focus and build trust, not only for the customers, but also with our employees. So the journey has already begun, and I think the seed has been laid in some way or the other in the post-COVID world.
Munmun, I agree with you, but one interesting thing, you spoke about the measurements through engagement scores and ESG parameters and reporting. But I'll tell you, I have seen organizations, they change the engagement score. The HR says it doesn't look nice. If I take it to the board, they will just throw it out. Let's only show the good parts. Let's not show the not so good parts. Okay. We sometimes, in the pressure of, positivism or profit or showing that we are doing a great job, we shy away from showing those not so good things, the negative things within the organizations. Okay, it's a fact. Nobody can deny that.
But that differentiates a good to great organization.
So,
I think that's the difference.
No, it happens, but kahin na kahin somewhere there will be little gaps, and we'll talk on that. But one more thing which is coming out from here that many a times just to show the balance sheets, because at the end of the day it's all quarter to quarter. All organizations are under tremendous pressure this quarter, how much growth will show. So growth sometimes takes a lead. So this will be my next question to Prashant, that what challenges might leaders face in implementing these changes? What Munmun said, that we have engagement score, we have ESGs to control our greediness, corporate greediness, we can say, that every time we should show 10% increase in PBIT, 5% increase on revenue, that kind of challenges and all. What challenges to cater or to kind of bring a sometime balancing between what you have to project and what the reality is. So my question to you the same way, what challenges the leaders should face in implementing these things?
Sure, I think it's a very valid question, and the reality in corporate organizations that we do face challenges in the quarter performance, the yearly performance, and at the same time we need to recognize that culture building, sustaining culture is a long-term initiative. Okay. But if I'm an investor, I'm not going to hear your story saying that's going to be a long-term investment and I want my returns, right? We all invest in stock market. We're not very happy when the companies that we invest in do not deliver the returns. So ultimately the shoe pinches at the time when at the time of a share price or at the time when the product quality deteriorates. This is where a good leader gets separated from a great leader. Okay. Because in the same stock market, there are companies which have actually gone through this journey. What shareholders, my understanding of meeting and interacting with shareholders and of reading of shareholders is that shareholders are not expecting, in exponential profits. What shareholders are expecting is certainty and predictability. Okay. And that's where the leader's role come in anticipation and predicting what's going to be the future like. And the pathway is important. The shareholders also do understand what it takes to build a great organization. So what a leader, according to me, there are two very important things that a leader needs to do. One, connect what's happening internally with what the shareholder expects and give them a pathway that the organization is going to follow. Number two, I spoke about that earlier. As leader, walk the talk. Do what you say and say what you do in terms of actions, in terms of behavior. If these two things the leader does, I think he or she will find it easier to align the different stakeholders.
Absolutely, Prashant, can't agree more, because what you said is very, very relevant. And to summarize, I can add to another point which we are talking about. First, we talk about trust. Now it's all about transparency. In that sense, there should not be, I don't know how many of you are finance students. There is something called window dressing. Okay, in financial terms, something, they give the balance sheet and other things. There is a term called window dressing. So here, the thing which everybody or every great leader has to keep in mind is the transparency. How truthfully and transparently he communicates, not only with the board, also the people on the shop floor. That is the recipe to the success.
In fact, I'll take one more. In Bhagavad Gita, there is a sloka, chapter 6, when Arjuna talks to Krishna and says that, Chanchalam hi mana Krishna pramati balvadridam. My mind is very fickle, I do not know what to say. And Krishna tells, Asamsayam mahabaho mano durnigraham chalam abhyasena tu kaunteha vairagena cha griyate. Means the mind is fickle, but it can be controlled by strong determination. And that's what a leader needs to do. There will be a lot of pressures, but he needs to pursue the path that he has chosen. Thank you.
Dear audience, I think Prashant and we all need a big round of applause bringing Bhagavad Gita over here. In the terms of technology, in the terms of AI revolution, we are talking about industrial revolution, Bhagavad Gita and the Sanskrit and all, because these are fundamentals. As I keep saying, it won't change, it will remain the same. Thank you for bringing that, Prashant. Now, taking a cue from that, I'll come to Padma and I will ask, Padma, you worked in ABG, Aditya Birla Group, almost 12 years. And today, 9 years you spent, you said, next year, 10 years. That's a big time, because if somebody stays 2 years in a company nowadays, we say that the person is obsolete. No, you should not be there in the company more than 3 years. That means they are the best managed and the best KHI-driven organization, even though keeping their business intact, growing very faster pace. What kind of ethical consideration should this organization or the leaders keep in mind while shifting from KPIs? We talked about trust, transparency. I would like to know from you how in Aditya Birla Group, over a period of time, you have excelled in all the fields, whether in mines, whether in your retail, Aditya Birla, even into technology and IT also, carbon black and all those stuffs. So many businesses over a period of time, how the leaders ethically driven and done this turn into the KPIs together, and the business has been so successful. Some thoughts.
Right. Thank you, Prashant. I think I would take a slightly detoured path to the answer, okay? I want to listen to our audience, okay? Because this is really the future of the work, future of India, each one of you. So let me ask you this question. How many of you, once you start working, let's say 3 years, 4 years down the line, for you, work-life integration is going to be most critical? Please raise your hand if you believe that work-life integration is going to be most critical for you. That's it?
Only 10%, 10,
Only
20%.
10% work-life integration? So don't be worried. Speak your mind.
No, I will speak for them.
Yeah.
I'll not be very happy if I have to come and attend a conference on Saturday and Sunday.
Exactly.
So,
if
I were in their shoes, I'll be thinking that
exactly.
What's the hell is going on?
Yeah. So in fact, that's the point, Prashant, it straight away comes. In fact, I'm very happy I had this 1 hour chat with the students. They're very clear as to what they want. So I'm personally doing a lot of reading and studying the generation. We have done some internal studies as well. What is coming out very clearly is this generation looking for work-life integration. Did we not need it? Of course, the answer is we also needed it. But somehow we believe that growth cannot happen. It comes either as career or life, right? Whereas I believe it's completely against the KHI, the very philosophy of KHI, if I have to look at work and life separately. So you folks should continue to push on integrating work and life, and that's something that we have already started doing in Aditya Birla Group, okay? And when I talk about work-life integration, it's not just about, let's say, coming on Saturday, Sundays. That's a very small piece. It's about making people employable. I'm sure many of us are worried as to the world is changing so much, the skills required are changing so much. Are my skills, is my education going to be relevant, let's say, 5 years down the line, 3 years down the line? Will AI make me redundant? Will the new technology make me redundant? So in ABG, what we are really focusing on is building future skills of people. That's one. It's a complete holistic future skills in terms of exposure, in terms of learning, etc. And we are also taking care of the personal aspirations of people. I want to learn creative writing. I like to write. I want to learn creative writing. I have a Coursera course available for me, free of cost, which I can take in order to develop my creative writing skills. So these are baby steps that we are doing, but we are looking at people integrated work-life integration. The other piece that we are very importantly looking at is how we are designing the jobs. It's again related to work-life integration. If any one of you have read the book by Claudia Goldin, in fact, she received the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2023, very recent. So she talks about greedy jobs, okay? Very specifically, she uses the term greedy jobs, and what greedy jobs means is that if I'm on call in the weekends, if I'm putting in 10 hours, 12 hours of work, I will get far higher bonus, I will get more increments, I will get more promotions, as a result of which I tend to put more and more greedy job. And many of the women are not able to put in that kind of participate in the greedy jobs because they have home fronts to take care of. So she looks at it holistically, and proper job design where people can support each other is another piece which is critical, and that's something that we are looking at. It's a journey, that's a long way to go, but ABG is known for a lot of things. And lastly, we see ourselves as a force for good. You would have seen the tagline also in social media. So we genuinely believe in being a force for good, not as CSR, but force for good for human beings.
Absolutely, because this is how you lead from front, and organizations understand this is the culture. That is very important, taking some cue from it. I'll tell you my experience in 2019-20 when I was in Mindtree and we are hiring for data scientists. That time data scientist role was so hot job in the market. Every data scientist, so-called data scientist, they claim that we are done Python, we are A, B, C level of Python we have done, and they will have multiple job offers. She spoke about greedy jobs. Now data science was one those days, okay. Now it is something on cyber security and all. So one candidate, he resigned, he said, I got a lucrative offer, 40% hike. It's a good performer, top performer. So I said, okay, I'll match your salary, I'll give you this. After 1 week, he will say, I have another job. My salary was 16, you offered me 20 lakhs, now another offer, 25 lakhs. I said, what is this going on? Tomorrow you will come with 30 lakhs. You better please go. I don't need you. Because this is how, if the organizations provide that platform, that not only you will grow in terms of remuneration, but in terms of your knowledge, skill, competence, as she said, other offers like, you have betterment for your skill sets, like Coursera, providing you to become the best of the data scientists in the country. If that kind of opportunities ethically we can give, not just by paying money, then I think we are in the right direction. I think HR and leaders also have to set kind of road or a kind of, this is where you should not breach this road. You should not go beyond this. This is where the organization is. If you are okay, fine, work with us. Otherwise, you fly. That is how we have to bring. Now, taking another thing, we are talking a lot about technology. And Munmoon, you are coming from BFSI and from the technology space. You worked in those companies for quite some time. What ways you think technologies can assist organization in teaching and analyzing KHIs effectively? Because every time we can say that we control cost, we reduce manpower, that is how our profitability will increase. But how with help of technology we can help KHIs?
Okay, so first I'll answer the question and then I'll give a slightly divergent view that I personally have on this. So in the world of large language models and with GPT already coming in and so much of mathematical work been going on, this is the easiest piece to do. You look at any platform today which is AI driven, they will give you n number of, because previously we have seen with predictive analytics, at least you have to do some bit of work, understand the trends, how people are going to behave, be with you. But right now it's very real time, on time, you can understand by the click of a button. There are huge amount of platforms, I do not want to name them, but you can immediately understand what people are thinking, what they have been thinking over the week, what is going to be their impact on their productivity, on their attrition. So all these mechanical ways of doing things with the help of LLMs, I think it's very, very easy, and it will only become easier. But my different take on this is at the end of the day, and this is what personally we are realizing as an organization, that whatever you do, the human touch of actually connecting with the employee at the personal level, understanding what are the needs, what are the career aspirations, what different careers you will be looking at in the entire lifespan. You are working in an organization which is multi-generational, right? You are working with baby boomers, you are working with millennials, so there is a huge amount of personal intervention if it is done. Then KHI comes alive. You know, only with the help of technology, you can get, and you definitely should, because it will give you additional inputs to have those interesting conversations. You know, typically use, for example, there's this concept of appreciative inquiry. How many times as a manager are you using something like that to get useful information and then work on it? So KHI can only come alive if it is technology plus a lot of personal time investment of HR and the managers. So that's a little bit of divergent view I wanted to give to this entire question.
No, I agree. I'll sum up. It's a combination of AI plus EI. AI is artificial intelligence with emotional intelligence. That means we need to keep connecting with people on a daily basis. It doesn't mean that there is a chatbot who gives or pops up and says, yeah, your leave balance is this many leaves are balanced for you. These are the hospitals you can go for your annual medical health checkup. That is fine. But how many of us go and wish somebody who is sick that get well soon in person? That is what is required, what you mean to say by human touch. That is really, really required. So I will have a very last question going, because then we'll go for the Q&A session. This will be to again Prashant. Prashant, can you tell us a roadmap? Let's go to the vision. Let's go to a roadmap, a strategy, that how we can have a roadmap or designing a winning performance strategy based around KHI, so that we don't completely ignore the KHI factor from business.
So thank you for the question. It's a very long answer. You're asking me to answer in 2 sentences. But I think, I think the organization, I'll divide it into 3 steps. One is the purpose of the organization needs to be clearly defined. What's the purpose? What does the organization stand for? What is it that is non-compromisable in an organization, and what are the things that are willing to compromise? You cannot have an utopian organization where I say that I will not compromise, I will not be uncompromisable on anything. That's not possible. So you need to say that this is my purpose, this is what I want to achieve in this time frame. Number 2 is work out a roadmap on how to align people towards this purpose. How do I get each person in the organization aligned to it? I'll give you an example. I worked in organization Cipla some time back. Cipla at that time did not have a written down purpose, did not have a vision, nothing. Okay? But an average Ciplaite, if I go and ask, he will actually tell me that Cipla stands for Acha Dawai Banata Kam Daam Mein. Okay, and that's exactly what Cipla did. So in an understandable, simple form, how do I get this message across to the last employee in the organization? And number 3, in your senior team, in the team that actually matters, get the right capability in. That's very important. Right, get the right capability in. And I go to Mr. Ratan Tata's example. One of the great things he did, apart from everything else he did, was to get the right capability in, including getting people off the bus, people who did not live by those values. So as a leader, you need to get in the right people and move off people who are not following those critical values that you want to stand for. These are the three things that I would actually say leaders should do to build an organization based on whatever they want.
Oh, fantastic, but I think you have made me more fan following for Mr. Ratan Tata and the Tata Group. We all are in Bangalore. We have Tata Technologies, we have TCS, we have Titan. She worked in Titan. So you all can aspire, because I will end up giving another example again from the Tata, because there is nothing case study you will have more than this group has done over a period of time. Over and over, again and again, they have exhibited this. I'll give you this example before we conclude. I was in Jamshedpur, 97. When I started my career, it was in Tata Steel. I was in Jamshedpur. And Larsen & Toubro was doing modernization of Tata Steel. And all of a sudden, the workforce, they wanted to reduce by 1.5 lakh people to be moved out. That means 2 lakh employees who are working, they want to make it to a lean organization, 50,000. That means 1.5 lakh people will lose their job. That was the kind of situation. It's like a big industrial conflict and pain area. Nobody would have thought something called the VRS scheme, which they came out, the voluntary retirement scheme. And believe me, in the history of Indian industry and all, no corporate would have given the VRS the way it was. Like if you are going out of the company, the number of years you have balanced, suppose you are 35 and you are supposed to retire at 58, they will pay you 23 years of salary. Can you imagine? And not for 1, 10, 100, they did it for 1.5 lakh people. That is why the respect for this group I have. Or if you deep dive, you will know that similar situation happened for Tata Motors as well. When there was a failure for Tata Indica, people were thinking that Tata will be perished. Something like, again, Mahindra will take over, or TVS, or the Japanese companies, Korean companies will rule the road. But today you see Tata, all the EVs in Indian streets, all Tata Motors. Absolutely. So if Tesla is not coming, it's boon for Tata, because I would personally love to see Tesla in Indian roads. Bangalore, I have seen 1 or 2 Teslas. You would have seen also. Bangalore, it's there. So what I'm saying, end of the day, you can improve your top line, you can improve your bottom line, you can improve your KPIs day in, day out. When I joined Vedanta, the day one, they asked me to prepare my KPIs. Where you are, what you want to do in 3 months, what you want to do 6 months. And the KPIs are so much glued to any organization, any budding leader or performance orientation. But at the same time, KHI we cannot totally, completely ruled out. It's KPI plus trust plus transparency, which will give you the business values and business results. With this, we'll conclude this session, but we are open for questions. I would request the volunteers to give the mic. Yeah, before that, Prashant would like to share something. Yeah. Yeah, any questions to Prashant? Yeah, please give a mic to the lady there on the 7th row.
Hi, I'm Swatika. I'm a third-year student doing BBA Honours. So I have a couple of questions. So I think the discussion already touched upon it a little bit. Can we concretely conclude that KHIs are directly relevant to employee attrition rate? And another question is that previously organizations wanted people where employees worship the company as God, where they're highly loyal. But right now, companies want employees to focus on themselves, rather to put it, employees to be a little selfish. So is the whole movement or rather, do companies want people who are a little selfish or who also think about themselves, or would organizations want employees to be, 100% like loyal, just think about the company? What do organizations right now, which kind of employee are they looking for?
So I'll take, I assume it's for me, I'll just take it. Number one, the human index in relation to attrition, that was the first question, right? You can sit down, please, no issues. There are two, the attrition is caused by two main factors, right? One is called the push attrition and one is the pull attrition. Push attrition is caused primarily by organization factors. You start looking out. And pull attrition is a function of the market, a function of the growth of the economy, function of so many factors. So, I don't know about pull attrition, but definitely if you are good on basic human indicators like trust, a good culture, your push attrition reduces significantly. Okay. Pull attrition is a function which is beyond the organization themes. It can affect, but I don't think it will have a direct correlation to that extent. Okay, number one. Number two, you asked about selfish or loyal, right? I don't think the question is either about selfish or about loyal now. Organizations need to add value to people in the organization. People need to add value to the organization. As long as there is a value match and that is monetized fairly, I think the people will stay with the organization.
I'm afraid we'll have to limit the questions to just 2 because we're running a little late.
So I'll take leave. Thanks for this. Thanks, Vikram. Thanks, panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. So there's a traditional leadership. How we define traditional leaders are how much output they can derive from a team essentially right now. But with the shift towards the KHI, do you think that the traditional scope of a leader is something that will change, like how we are defining the leaders today?
Okay. I think with the shift of, not only with the shift of KPIs, leaders generally are appreciated, and I think we tried to bring it out in the panel. There is a difference between a good and a great leader, right? And a great leader is a leader who creates a lot of multiplier effect. So typically, if you look at good leaders, obviously there is a focus on productivity, more performance driven. But a great leader, even without the advent of KHI or the discussion which we are having, since decades, a great leader has been always someone who focuses on the person very, very holistically, right? It is a combination of right brain and left brain, because then only the optimum productivity or the discretionary effort will come into picture. So I don't think it has anything to do with KHI. And as Bikram mentioned beautifully about the examples of Tata Group, they were not discussing KHI decades and decades back, right? But what they did were actually examples of great leaders trying to look at people as human beings who are here to contribute, deriving value from the organization and getting value out of it, which Prashant also mentioned. So this would be my take on this.
Any questions from that row? I think.
Ma'am in the front, I think one last question.
We'll take 2.
2 more?
One from here, right. One from that row.
Hello. So, hi sir, my name is Rishit. My question to all the panelists is, basically I understood the importance of KHI, and my question is, how do we communicate the importance of KHI to the stakeholders in the company who still value the traditional KPIs?
Okay, let me take this. I think it's no more, everybody understands what KHI is. There is no need to tell the shareholders also that, we need to look at KHIs. That's the good thing. In fact, the pressure is reverse. Is the shareholders who are saying as to when is it that you are going to deliver this, because people know that this is what will lead to long-term results. So I think the movement has already started. I hope that helps.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions from this row? Okay, ma'am, you had a question.
Good afternoon to all of you. The question is coming back to this question of KPI and KHI. In terms of succession planning and leadership development, or when you're looking at people's growth inside the organization, to what extent would you think that a KPI would help, and to what extent?
One of the most important ones. Yeah. Sorry,
how would you use it, and how would you take it forward?
Can I take this? Yeah. It's a very real one. It's a very real one. We have seen that leaders at very senior level, they have reached the age of 59 and yet not developing a succession pipeline, because they're hoping that they will continue to get extensions so that they can continue to work, right? So it's very important for organizations, and organizations have started doing, wherein it's the responsibility of the leader to ensure that he or she has a succession pipeline, because it's a part of a very important KHI. So earlier organizations were kind of, I would say turn a blind eye to it, but now increasingly people are seeing the game and, taking action.
Yeah, so the 2-3 places that I have worked very, very closely, and I think last 10 to 15 years, whenever you are deciding on a leader and using the typical succession matrix of immediate successor, ready now, someone who's 2 to 3 years, the differentiation between two performers are actually the KHI parameters. How are you able to develop people beneath you, one down, N-1, N-2 under you? How will you give a direction and a sense of purpose to people within the organization? In fact, it is not only within the leadership team of the organization, these kind of questions are also asked at the board level. I've been privy to one where the MD and the CEO of a listed company was decided, and the primary criteria between two incumbents was the purpose-driven approach and the human-driven approach that the incumbent was bringing to the table, because that differentiates. At that level, it's very difficult to distinguish between two high performers. They're all great. They know the business, they know what they want to do, but the differentiation comes from that.
It's nice that, it has been acknowledged so well. Just another one, today with this new kind of unorganized, work arrangements getting more popular. So to what extent KHIs can be included into, say, for example, a Swiggy worker or an Ola driver?
I think it is something which Prashant mentioned before, right? That as an organization, you are driven by values and culture, right? And also a very strong sense of purpose. So even the gig workers that you're talking of today, if they are inspired by that overall purpose and the value, and there is an alignment, then automatically KHI gets measured as well as activated in that form. Because it is, if you look at some of the stories that Zomato right now comes up with, right? Even in the rains, someone is actually delivering the food. Even in a bad traffic jam, they're trying. So what is it? It is not how much of money are they getting. I think it is actually the purpose that because of me, someone will remain hungry and hence I'm going. So I think in gig workers, you see this much more in comparison to even the regular employees. The purpose is very, very high, and that needs to be instilled.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much for your insightful discussion. I think we've all learned a lot about AI, EI, as well as the importance of trust in organizations and everything from this discussion, especially about KHI indicators. We'd like to bestow a small memento for all of you speakers. Unfortunately, Mr. Prashant was busy, so we couldn't give it to him on stage, but he has received it as well. In fact, can I call Professor Kalpana on stage to provide the memento to our speakers? All right, our next panel will begin shortly. Thanks to you for being patient with the attendance. From the next topic that we have is from degrees to skills, rethinking education for building future talent pool. And I'm Nidhi, I'll be your anchor for this particular session. From when we were children, all of us sitting in this room have been fed with so-called wisdom about shortcuts to success. Grades, memorization, playing it safe, whether we look at them as half-truths or half-lies, it is evident more than ever today that this advice is no longer pertinent. The landscape of hiring is shifting enormously well right now, and it's quite dramatic as well. And as we explore this pivotal shift, we'll discuss how candidates equipped with the right skills, regardless of whether they hold a degree, can make immediate contributions to their organizations. The nuances of this transformation will be explored by our hand-picked student panel from multiple colleges across Mahe. And our panel moderator today is Mr. Debashish Ghosh, a seasoned HR expert with over 18 years of experience across global organizations and Indian conglomerates. Currently, he serves as a senior VP and country HR head at Berkadia, a Berkshire Hathaway and Jeffries company, where he leads efforts in culture transformation, change leadership, and talent management. Previously, he held key roles at GE and Genpact, and further enhancing his HR expertise. An executive alumnus of IIM Calcutta, Mr. Ghosh is a Marshall Goldsmith certified coach and holds CHRM SCP and GTML credentials. He has been recognized among the top 10 most promising HR leaders 2020 by Silicon India and featured in Forbes India's 50 Best HR Leaders 2021. Mr. Ghosh actively promotes industry-academia collaboration, serves on advisory boards, and inspires students and professionals as a LinkedIn influencer, speaker, and mentor. I think it is fairly evident as to why he's the moderator of today's student panel, and I'm sure he's going to keep us on our toes throughout the discussion at hand. Yeah. All right. Now we'll welcome our students one by one. First, we have, I know. First, we have Ayan Kapoor from TAPMI. Next, we have Mr. Vedant Satpute from TAPMI. Now, we have Ms. Mehal Kumar from SMI. We have Neelkant Kiloskar from TAPMI. And Ms. Mitali Verma from MIT.
All right, good afternoon. Attendance done? Everyone? You want to leave now? That is what I used to do. Attendance is done, I used to leave the class. But I hope some of you stay here. Would love to see so many people around. So great. Thanks for being here, all of you. Going to have a very unique thing happening right now. You know, all the time that you have been to different focus discussions and panel discussions, you would have some senior dudes coming and giving you some free lecture. And some of those do not make any sense, trust me sometimes. But this is different. This is what we have, a group of very smart people like you are, in a way representing you and speaking your voices. So these are smart people from different streams or colleges within Mahe Bengaluru, and I want us to give us a huge round of applause to this fantastic panel. And I'm so lucky and so privileged to be talking to them and helping them share their voices with all of you. This is a special place. What this makes it special is people like you. So we'll have some special time right now. Thank you for the introduction that they said very nice things about me. But the problem with introduction with people like me, it does get very boring after some time. It's like, here is a guy who has done 10 years or 20 years, so many awards, so many experiences, 15 years doing this, 15 years doing that. That's not very exciting. But guess what? The introductions of all of you are very, very interesting. And I'm going to introduce the panel members today. Some of you already know some of them. but it's good to know all of them, right? So let me introduce them one by one. All right, so there's so much stuff going on in their lives that I actually have to write it down. First is Ayan. Can I hear your applause for Ayan, please? He seems to be already a popular person. So Ayan, as you all know, is a third-year BBA student at TAPMI, and he's passionate about finance and a CFA level 1 candidate. How cool is that? He's a co-founder of and vice president of Elysium. Did I spell it right? Elysium. So sorry. Elysium, which is TAPMI's finance club, where he promotes financial literacy among his peers. So I would love to take some good advice of finance with him after this session because I'm not very good at it. He's a person who does finance and guess what? Robotics. Now, how cool is that again? So Ayan has a background in robotics, and he has spent 6 years in the field and served as director of robotics club at DKS Arkipuram, where he belongs to. Last but not the least, in the free time, he enjoys, when I read his profile, he seems to love Japan. Is that right? Ayan, yeah. He enjoys reading mangas. Did I get it right? I didn't know what some of you know mangas? I didn't know. That's a learning I had. Please look it up. Watching anime. Anybody? Animes? Okay, he does love doing exploring travel videos about Japan, of course. And interesting, and getting roasted by his friends. Now, with the laugh, I can imagine what is going on here. I wouldn't want to be in his position, but Ayan, thanks for joining. Looking forward to having a discussion with you. On Ayan's right is Vedant. Round of applause for Vedant, please. Vedant is a third-year BBA student, and he's a finance major by the day and a mad explorer by the night. Yeah? And we'll talk about what he explores. Maybe not you are thinking he does. Hold on. Okay? He likes reading financial statements for his dopamine hit. Now, we all do a lot of things for dopamine, but he likes reading financial statements. So that's one, but he also is a guy who builds drones, finance and drones. Imagine the spread of his expertise. And flamethrowers for fun. I have to check with you what that means. Drones are for fun, and believes any crisis can be solved over biryani. I don't know which biryani he prefers, but if you belong to my state, my place, which is from Hyderabad, we always believe Hyderabad's biryani is the best. Are you from Hyderabad, Vedant? No, sir. I'll challenge him on his biryani someday. Sure. What is your favorite? Which place? Anything?
So from particular Bangalore, it will be most likely it will be Meghna, I believe.
Okay, Bangalore. I'll talk to him about that later. Okay. In full disclosure, you want to admit something right now in front of all of us. The admission is that in full disclosure, he has been in serious and committed relationship for the last 3 years. Wait a minute. And the object of his relationship is black coffee. So if you want to get close to Vedant, you have to enjoy black coffee and then talk to him. Right? 3 years is a long time, so keep going. If you'd like to talk to him after the session, please welcome. But remember that he only loves having some mind-boggling discussions, not like superficial stuff, on subjects such as deep financial analysis or even viewing the world from an impossible angle. All right, so if you want to talk to him, talk to Vedant on this subject. So, round of applause for Vedant, please. What do I have after that? Okay, I don't think, can you hear me now? Okay, now you can, right? Mehul. Mehul is another very, very interesting things going on with her life. She is from the Srishti Manipal College of Arts and Design and Technology. And while many of us love ice creams and occasional binge watching, you know what Mehul loves? She loves failures. It's very interesting. She loves failures because, and a round of applause really, it's interesting. She loves failures because, failures, she has put herself in many uncomfortable situations in her life, even written intentionally, right? Because she thinks that's the only way to learn. And how true is that? How true is that, right? And there is a quote that she believes in. It says that if it excites you and scares you at the same time, then go for full speed for it. That is very nice. Something that is exciting and scaring at the same time, do that. She loves traveling, but on a budget, on less money, because she thinks by doing that, she can explore more places, and she can do it with her own money, of course, right? She wants to create an impact in the world, and as of now, she has no clue as to what impact she will create, but she knows she will do that someday. And it is okay not to know. We look at so many things we can do in life, right? Last but not the least, Mehal believes that if she can inspire 100 people in her life, or 10 people at least in her life, that 10 can inspire another 100, and that 100 can inspire another 1,000. So that's the power of ripple effect that we live in. And that's what Mehal wants to do. Mehal, lovely to have you here. A round of applause for Mehal as well. Isn't it a lot more interesting than my introduction? This is very exciting. Next I have is Neil, which is Neelkant Kirloskar. He's a first-year MBA Technology Management student of TAPMI. Neil says that he completely loses track of time when he's reading a suspense story, right? Or playing a suspense game. He has very diverse interests as far as acquiring knowledge is concerned, but two subjects that fascinates him is reading Indian history and ancient sciences. Other areas that he wants to explore are skydiving videography. That's scary for me for sure. And exploring Vedic history, maths, and medicine. Very interesting, Neil. He's also a state-level medal winner in Taekwondo. If you need some training on that, want to be saved, so we can reach out to him. He loves to explore martial arts even further to learn more. Last but not the least, he's a passionate gamer. You know it by now already. And a foodie with sweet tooth, something he shares with me, of course. Neil, happy to have you here. Yeah. And as I say, last but not the least is Mitali Verma. Mitali is only engineer in the group. Okay, and she's a second-year CAC student from MIT Bengaluru. While most of us love to plan everything in our life, Mitali is different. She loves to be spontaneous and adventurous. Is that true? Okay, great. One of her passions is dancing. If you have a chance, we'll have you dance, but not right now, we'll not embarrass you further. And if she had a will, she will dance the whole night. She's very empathetic by nature and loves to volunteer. One of the volunteering things that she did was in 2nd October in the campus itself, right? She loves exploring when it comes to academic ventures. While she believes in mastering a specific skills is important, she also believes it is equally important to be a jack of all trades. How many of you want to be jack of all trades? I actually want to be. There's nothing wrong. We'll talk about it later. I think master of one trade is a passé. We don't need to be that. But anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit more maybe. One of her guilty pleasures is ordering desserts before main course, and she's also is a baker by hobby, and she loves making brownies for herself. Thank you very much, and one applause for Mitali as well, and for the entire panel. It's lovely to have them here. With that, we'll get started with our panel discussion. And as I said, we have a panel which is very unique because they are the ones who will speak on your behalf, which also means that we'll keep it very interactive, which means that if you ever have to contribute to what they are saying, if you have to agree or disagree, please do that. I'll come to you from time to time. Okay, and please share your views as well. We'll have some time at the end for a Q&A, but you don't have to keep till Q&A. We can do it as we go along. All right? So let's get started. The theme of today's or GLC started yesterday was this, that we are envisioning the future of workforce. Now, it is interesting that in all the other panel discussions, we are asking about the future to the wrong group of people. Right? We are asking the question to some senior dudes like me who are not the future of workforce, right? We're retiring in about a few years. We'd rather be asking the question who would actually be the future of workforce, which is the people sitting here, people out there like you. So I have some questions for them about the future of workforce, which I'll want all of them to talk about. But I would like even you to contribute if you have something which is, we can add to that even more to it as well. Is that fair? Just raise your hand and say if you have something to add to it or not. All right? All right. The first question that I'll start from Ayan, you, and you can pass it on from your right, is that very simple but profound question, which is that in his opinion, all of our opinion, what should the future workforce look like? When you walk into an office or even working from whatever the case might be, what does it really look like from the future workforce of India? So, Ayan, we'll start with you.
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Ghosh, and good afternoon to the audience to be here. It's my honor to be on this panel. And as for coming to your question, I believe that better relationship among peers, subordinates, and bosses can really facilitate your learning and performance in the workplace. It can really impact the way you look at work, you perform, and how your career will take shape. Like my intro had mentioned, I get roasted by my friends. Sometimes I deserve it, sometimes I don't, but those same friends are the ones who are with me when I'm at a low, and that is carry forwarded to the friendship, that friendship is carry forwarded to the classroom as well. When we are doing group projects together, when no one is taking them in the groups because they slack off, we often group up, and even though I do a lot of the work, they sometimes help a lot when I least expect them to. And that, I believe, that relationship that we have fostered among us in the last 3 years is really responsible for the growth that we have had personally and in the work that we do in college as well.
Very well said, very well said. Yeah. Vedant?
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon all. Good afternoon, Debashish sir. I'm grateful to TAPMI to provide me the stage to express my opinion on the behalf of all the students. Yeah, answering to the question like what sir, it's actually quite interesting. So I would like to consider the view of AI in presenting my view, because if you look at AI, it just created a lot of uncertainty among students. None of us know how the AI will actually shape the job roles, how it will actually shape the workforce, what are the jobs, what will be the roles that we'll be applying for. But one thing that what I believe is that even if AI takes certain jobs, the accountability for the jobs will be still under the hands of human. There will be humans, there will be employees who will be responsible for that. Because if you look at it from this point of view, it not just reduces the accountability, it does not just reduce the uncertainty among students, but also makes us think that we need to spend more time outside the classroom and develop certain skills that are more significant than AI. It's time we embrace exposure and not just about the classroom learning. And not something different. If you look at current companies, so if you look at the finance domain, there are like international firms who are actually deploying such things. So recently I was reading an article by Charles Schwab. They have developed an AI tool which they're directly using to cater their clients, where the decisions, final decisions, maybe the recommendations are made by the AI, but the primary decision maker is still the human being, is still the employee. So this is what I feel the future of workforce could look like, where the AI tool will be a complement to the human skill set that they will never be able to replace with AI. That is what I think. Thank you.
For the future workforce, I think embracing diverse perspectives is something that is very important, because when you get fresh ideas, especially in terms of collaboration, you get diverse perspectives and you're able to understand different people from different experts, especially. If I look at, like, I have been in LinkedIn for 2-3 years now, and I've seen people who have jobs, but they tend to change jobs in probably 5 years or 2-3 years. Especially for designers, they tend to change jobs in 2 or 3 years because they're not able to grow in a company. And they're not able to grow because they're not able to get the other people's perspectives, which have different backgrounds. So I think taking suggestions, for example, from different experts is very important to be able to grow. And taking from Vedant's point, I feel like AI is very, it's increasing at a very high pace. So if you actually take perspective from different places and grow together, maybe we will be able to match AI or maybe even surpass it.
Excellent. Before Neil adds, so do you think we should hire more people from different backgrounds? Because that's the start of getting a workflows like that.
I think hiring as well as collaborating within the office space where people from different areas are present in different spaces. But if you collaborate within, for example, in a table and take people from different places and keep them together in the office, I think it will be beneficial.
Wonderfully put, because it's something similar to what even Ayan was saying about building relationships. It's not only enough to hire, but what you do after hiring is important as well. How do you build the relationships between all of them is also important. Very, very well said. Yeah, Neil.
So I come from the workforce. I've just come back into education. Now, my perspective is a little different. I think of it as we need flexible working hours. Now, we're a global economy. We're moving ahead into the industry where we are no longer restricted to one locality, one time zone. And I feel that it is important for us to actually start having flexible working hours where we are making sure that people are not just bound by the 9 to 5, that is the culture that has been so far, but we look at it from a different perspective where we are saying that, okay, if your client is coming at 2 p.m. your time, which is for them, it's maybe a 9 a.m. shift, then you should be there at 2 p.m. It's better if you're working when your client is available, and that actually will more of foster a client and corporate better, it will give a better result. Plus, what I noticed is that a study suggests that, remote workers are actually giving 13% more productivity. So, I mean, that it's a clear sign that if we have more flexible working hours, it's going to lead to 13% better productivity. And also another survey actually that was conducted suggests that 8% more loyalty is available when you're allowed this flexibility and when you're allowed the freedom to work from home in comparison to their counterparts.
Excellent. That's been something you're debating and discussing for a while now, right? How many of you want to work remote, not go to office? Show of hands. Remote, not go to office. Do you think it is important to go to office? No. Depends. So maybe based on roles, but what I think he's saying, where it is not required, you need not go. And there are organizations which obviously, I'm not criticizing anybody, they have a reason to do that, of course, but they make it remote working mandatory, irrespective of the role. But what I think, Neil, you are recommending is that based on the role, they can be more flexible.
Correct.
Even on the working hours.
Yes, exactly.
How many of you need flexible working hours? So you can, almost everybody. Yeah, Nadeem, hum log dekhna padega, right? Yeah, they are asking this thing from us, all of us. All right, let's see how to do that. Even you are also asking, you're also part of the same workforce. But how do you define something, how many hours, when do you log in, when you log out? But you're saying it is based on the customer requirements.
Customer requirements, as well as I would suggest something, we need to change the scale that we are measuring it with. For example, right now it would be something like you have to clock in 9 hours, and we need to actually change that, the meaning of clocking in. Now, when we are looking at it, we say I'm clocked in from 9 o'clock. So then I start my counter from that time, and then I'm working towards it later on. Instead, if we revise it to when I'm most productive or when I am most required is when I clock in, and that's the duration in which I'm working. So it would probably be a more collaboration between, like Ayan said, I need to be interacting with my manager. My manager should also know that I'm working in this hours, as well as my subordinates and my colleagues.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, maybe for everybody as well. So you're talking about flexibility. There may be some times that you have to work for 12 hours, sometimes 5 hours. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with that? So demand of the job on that particular day, it may ask you to require to work for even 12 hours. Are you okay? And maybe some of you already do it in your colleges. But what he's saying, sometimes you may have, need not work for 9 hours and you don't do that. Yeah. Okay. I think that's a very important point you're making. Thank you, Neil. Vitali.
Yes. First of all, thank you so much for the question, and I'm really honored to have this stage. I would firstly like to agree to all of the good points that are being raised by everyone over here. And I would like to add a little bit to Vedant's point when he said about AI. I feel like if AI can take over repetitive tasks, then it should definitely be been done. Like if there is a AI model available for it, make the model. Like if I'm talking about report making after every project in a company, in a corporate world, then maybe you can have an AI model for that where you just input some data and then it gives you good infographics that you can analyze later in a meeting. So that's something that we should do. Moreover, if I were to describe a workplace where I would like to work and like to stay for a long time, I would think it should come with perks like maybe partially or fully funded vacations every once in a while. I mean, let's just ask the audience here. How many of you would be like more willing to work, more willing to complete a project if you had a vacation to look forward to?
I can also raise my hand, right?
Yes,
okay,
definitely.
okay.
so I think that's like point in case. Recently, actually a couple months ago, I attended this course. It was a residential course in Mumbai. It was a course on AI and DS, and as a part of that course, we visited various company settings and everything. During that process, we came across something called WeWork, which is, I think, a kind of workspace. I think most of us are aware with it. So what they have is they have, a place to really collaborate with your employees and work, a place to, cool down in middle of the working hours. You can play table tennis, you can play chess, you can go have coffee, you can go work with other colleagues and everything. So as Mehal also said, that kind of workspace, it encourages a lot of collaboration and automatically increases productivity. So to wrap it up, if I were to look forward, like if I had to work in a company setting, I would like it to be more lively. I would like it to be more, come with more perks for the employees. And I would like it to be more collaborative in general.
Oof, that's a lot for us to think about. But so brilliantly put, right? And please add to, I'll try and really kind of summarize what you're talking about for a future workforce, and you're hearing from the horse's mouth, right? Not from anybody else. First, I think we talked about unsaid word is a culture, right? When we talk about relationships at work, collaboration, we talk about having a lively atmosphere, talking about diversity and belongingness, you're talking about a culture of an organization that you want to work for. That's the underlying theme has been this. When you talk about what kind of company, the culture becomes an important part. Second important thing, well, some of us who have some gray hairs, we are maybe very scared about technology and AI. But if you have heard them, they're not even scared a bit. They're saying that technology will help us in doing two things. One is that it will take away our mundane tasks and routine tasks, which we'll not do anyway. It's boring anyway. We'll do all the important stuff in technology, and technology will help us collaborate better. It's like almost coexisting. It is not us versus them. It is not EI versus AI. It is about coexisting like brothers and siblings, right? So that is what you're talking about. I'm very glad to see that while we may be scared about AI and technology, but the new generation is not. That is very important. And I think we also talked about certain perks in general. How do we recognize, reward people? One, in terms of giving flexible work hours, holding people responsible for productivity only. It is not about how many hours somebody said it's not about how many hours you stay, it's about how many hours you put in that how much you stay, right? See, it's all about the effort that you put in number of hours. And therefore, how do you also diversify the perks and benefits that we give? And I think very creatively about it, because what encouraged people, what motivated people 10 years back will not the same way what will motivate people maybe 10 years later. And I think holidays is a great idea. I'll talk to my boss about it. Thank you. It was wonderful. Round of applause for I think amazing. And as you raise your hands, and I think I could get a sense of feeling that they were speaking your mind as well. Am I right? Yeah, it's something you have in your mind as well. If there's anything that you have to add to it, you can quick show of hand. I can go and give the mic. Or you have some time at the end to take it as well. But do keep thinking about it. What else do you add to it, to the future of workforce, which you want to envision for yourself? Yeah? Great. All right. With that, we'll move to the next question. This time I'll start with Mithali, right? Now, this is an interesting one as well, I believe. It's, we talk about the theme is obviously about future of workforce, but also about the current skills and education, and are we ready for it? I think we debate and discuss till the cows come home every time. So let me ask them something specific about our education system, because we have been part of the education system, all of us, right? The question to each one of us is this, starting with Mithali. If there is one thing, just one thing, if you exhaust, we'll come back to you again. If there's one thing that you would like to change about the current education system, what would that be and why? When you think about current, you can think about Mahe and also about your school and your college and everything. But what is it that you would want to, if it is about Mahe, don't worry, we'll not tell your principal, they will not hold it against you. But I think it's talking about generic of education system, not about particular institution. So we'll start with you.
Thank you so much again for the question. I think one of the first things that comes to our minds when you put this question is the attendance policy.
Applause. You want it to go up or come down?
It should go up. How many of us are not satisfied with the current attendance rules we have?
That asks, let me know, what is the attendance percentage you have? 75. Yeah. That's all.
I was actually having a talk
18.
about this.
That's my daughter is so unhappy. Is my daughter there? Mishti, you there? No, I don't think he's there. So my daughter studies here as well. Heather, where are you? You show your hand. I don't want to embarrass you. There she is. Can you stand up? Yeah, she is my daughter. She studies in DLHS, second year. Okay, that's all the embarrassment you will have today. That's okay. All right. So you know, she completes about, so 80% for some. That I think is too high, isn't it? What would that be? That should be.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like attendance, like having strict attendance policy, is not an incentive to study. Actually, yesterday's program at lunch, me and Mehul were having this conversation with Dr. Meera also and Atulya sir in yesterday's panel. And we were talking about how in students, time management and prioritization is a big issue. And I feel like keeping a strict attendance policy is not going to address that. If you bind, like at least as if we talk about our generation, if you bind us with a set of rules or a set of timetable, we are not going to want to do that. Okay, that's not what we would like to address to. But instead, if you give us an opportunity to learn how to prioritize and manage our own time, like if the classes were still kept at the same time and the students were given an opportunity to prioritize, oh, if I have to attend this lecture or not, if my grades are important for me or not, they're eventually going to learn it. Either they listen to their teachers or they learn it the hard way. So, and moreover, wanting to attend a classroom session, it also comes majorly down to how interesting the classroom interaction is. I'm speaking this from an engineering point of view. We have a subject called DSA, Data Structures and Algorithms. And if I'm told that, oh, you have a class on linked list today, then I don't want to go and attend that. That sounds very boring to me. Instead, if I were to told that, oh, let's come together in class today and let's build a snake game, which is based on the same concept, I would want to go to the class and, collaborate with my peers and talk to my teacher, and I would want to attend that class. So I feel like attendance policy is a little too harsh when it comes down to students. And moreover, classroom interaction plays a great role. That's my opinion.
No wonder you're getting a big support. You got a good round of applause from them. Okay, all right. We all are hearing you. This is recorded, right? Good. Thank you for speaking your mind. And I said, she may be speaking for many of you there. Going live? Okay. YouTube? All right. That's the generation, right? They don't fear speaking their mind. And I really appreciate that. And also speaking on behalf of you as well. You do agree? Yeah? All right. Great. Let's see what the others have to say.
So, Mithali, first off, amazing point. But adding on to your point, what I actually feel is that we need to move towards a more practical approach rather than the theoretical approach. As she said, the snake game, even though it gives the same concept, it becomes more interesting when you're learning it through and experience that you're gaining. So I do encourage us to like get out of the classroom more and start applying these concepts that we're learning in class rather than sitting back and listening to some lectures. So that's something that I would like to add upon. And if we go to the surveys, there is actually a LinkedIn survey or a report that says that 74% employers actually want their employees to have more practical knowledge. So I felt that if the industry also needs us to have a lot of practical knowledge to be ready for it, it does make more sense. And I've actually read about some companies that are interacting with top universities and trying to get them on board to work on the software, on the tools that they have. So training the students from university days to actually start having them learn the skills. So I believe that will cut down training costs, and that will actually add more value to the students, because they are sure that I'm going to get a job after this, which is, I believe, all our concern. And as far as the employers go, they're much more happy because they get an employee who's ready off the batch.
I think a great point again, because you're talking about accountability, not from the academic institution, also from the industry as well, because if that has to happen, it has to be from both the sides, isn't it? Great point. Do you agree to that as well? More practical exposure, experiential learning, and less of classroom learning. That will reduce attendance percentage anyway, right, automatically. But great point. Thank you, Neil.
Just adding to Mitali's point, one about time management. I think we were talking about energy management better. Like, I have tried to build a lot of timetables in my life, but it never worked. What recently started working was energy management, and how when you feel the most productive. I think somebody was talking here about feeling most productive as well. So managing your energy and where you put your energy, where you choose to go, where you choose is the most important thing. You need to go to that place and grab all the opportunities that you can get. One more thing I wanted to say is that individual accountability in schools, colleges is very important. In terms, because like the current education system right now, it's very much based on marks. You basically get to school and you try to get marks to get into a good college. You try to get a good CGPA to get into a good job. What are you actually learning from it? What is the exposure that what is the opportunity that you're grabbing is the most important aspect. Right now, I'm here because I got this opportunity and I took it. I have got an opportunity to go for exchange and I took it. And that is, I think, the more important than where you're studying or whatever marks you're getting or whatever CGPA you're getting.
Okay, so that's an interesting point again. So how many of you think or believe that CGPA need not have a direct correlation with the expertise or knowledge? All of you, right? So it is possible I may be like 9 CGPA, but my knowledge may not be as much. Do you agree to that? That means that proves the data, right, shows there that it is true. We'll deep dive on that and let's see what to do about it, because do we not keep it at less or more? What is the right amount? What is the right number? Something you can discuss and debate about. But I think the point you made is very, very vital. It is not about just getting CGPA. It is about, do you have the real knowledge and the expertise and the skill to do that job or not? Very good point.
I think one more point is that CGPA, I feel like everyone can get it. But after, like, they can get it.
I could not get my CGPA, to be honest with you. I was around, but yeah, I mean, generally speaking, yes, it is possible.
If you try your best, I think you might be able to get
Sure.
it. That's just my perspective. But what opportunities you're grabbing, that makes you as who you are, and nobody can take that from you. And that, I think, can help you with further with jobs and other with your career.
True. And I one thing I'll add, in a campus like MAHE Bengaluru, I think CGPA you can get doing a lot inside the classroom. But what you do outside the classroom is very, very important as well. That is where you build on your CGPA and acquire more skills.
So very rightly pointed by the other panelists regarding the CGPA factor. I would like to add on to this factor itself. So first my concern is that why do a student has to study a single domain for his 4 crucial year of his life? Why can't he study more disciplines as well? So in Mahe, we have around 13 disciplines. Why can't I collaborate with some other department and facilitate more learning? So taking my example, I'm a finance guy, but I like to build products. I like to design. Why can't I collaborate directly? And that thing is on your grade sheet. It's not just that you will do for something for fun, but that can be graded. So I feel the first thing, if I want to run my institute, I will implement a body that will facilitate this cross-domain experimentation. I'm not counting that this will be A, B, C. It will be also, if it's failure, it's okay. That should also be taken in count that what has actually been the learning outcome and how this overall has increased his exposure and learning. So this is what I feel that we need something that not just very one domain specific. It can be a lot of domains collaborating, learning, and constantly experimenting. That is what I believe it is.
Interesting. It's not about collaboration at work, collaboration between DLHs versus MIT, Srishti, all. Some of you would love that for sure, isn't it? It's, how wonderful is this? You're studying engineering, you're going to talk to Mehal about design. You're studying BBA, you're going to talk to Mitali about some AI stuff that you are doing. How interesting is this? It gets really boring if you keep doing the same thing over and over again. It's almost insanity. So hope something like that happens. Yeah. Add something to that?
Actually, I want to add that actually a current NEP, that is National Education Policy, is trying to bridge the gap.
Trying to do that.
Yeah, like if you look at past years, it was completely isolated. Now they're trying to reach the gap, and that's actually I really appreciate.
Yes, yes. Yeah. I think as Neil is adding to it, Mahe has an opportunity. A lot of institutions do not have various streams on the same platform. It's an umbrella. So I think this is something you have to discover. You don't have to wait for your professor to talk about it. You can reach out to these people and then talk about your own subjects and learn about their subjects as well.
So adding to the point that he was making, I feel that we should move away from a credit, I have to have these many credits to graduate and move ahead. So instead of keeping those credits only for the courses that I'm learning, like he was talking, maybe we can have just the number that is required. So if I have to do a 3-credit course, I can look at the 3-credit course from any of the other domains that are available. Because as we said, Mahe has a large amount of audience and we have a large number of schools available for us. So if I want, I should be able to move into, let's say, design or maybe go back to BTech and learn something new about them and move ahead. Focusing on the credits so that I get the learnability that I need and I'm also actually getting the grades that I require.
Ayan?
It's a tough question, especially after all the good points have been taken. But I'd like to talk about the underlying pedagogy of the education system here in India. In the last 200 years, the society has changed, infrastructure has changed, and so has the technology. The integration of technology in our daily lives is the time when the paradigm shifted. And this has changed the permanent structure of how we look through, how we walk through life, and in turn has changed our behavior. Now, going to my main point is the attention span. Everyone over here, I'm pretty sure, will look at their phones at 25, 30-minute intervals at the very least. My grandmother has a smartphone and she probably has a better screen time than me. But rather than fighting this problem of lack of attention span, we should be the proponents and not the opponents. We should make policies that adapt to these kind of changes instead of fighting it so that we as people, as professionals can improve.
Totally agree. I think if you have a technology, if you're not using it, then you're not smart enough. As simple as that. How many of you use ChatGPT for your assignments? And you should, right? When I'm struck about writing an email to a client, a tough email, I actually take the help of Copilot. I mean, I obviously build on that. You know, if I have a quick PPT to make, I go to Canva and do it. So you should take the help of technology, and I think that's the great point that we are making. I think we cannot shy away from it. I love the attention span thing. I think given the fact that it is said that that's almost like a bias that this group has got less attention span, then what do we do about it? How do you use technology for that, right? That's an interesting point as well. Anything that you want to add to it, anybody? Because what I'm hearing is something amazing. One, we are talking about some interesting points. How does a typical ideal college or Mahe would look like, where you have less CGPA maybe, if not like 30? What is the number? We can talk about it later. Number two, I think there should be some relaxation on the attendance, right? Because real learning also happens outside of the classroom, and just doing 80% does not make sense all the time. I think we also talked about a practical approach to learning, not about just reading from the books or theory, but how much of it. Right now, I do not know what is the percentage of experiential learning, although in Mahe, we have a lot better, trust me, right? It's a lot more experiential learning than other institutions, but can we do better? Maybe, and you should talk to your professors about it, but that is something we should talk about it. And also, multiple domains. I think I like that idea a lot. I mean, just getting curious about what others do and learning about other subjects is important. Last but not the least, of course, using technology, how much more you can use about it. That is an ideal place to study. I mean, in the past, you talked about, in the previous question, you talked about ideal place to work. Now, we learned about ideal place to study. How many of you like the idea of this place to study? Show of hands. You like the idea a lot better? Can you have a round of applause for them then? It's a great idea. If you have more thoughts about it, then do share. We'd love to know more about it. What do you think we can make education system better? Don't think about only your institute, but general education system. I think a lot of good ideas came up. All right? Good. Before we move into the last question of the day, you know, Ayan told me that he loves to be roasted. I was very surprised. Right? Who loves to be roasted?
Not exactly loved. It's not my choice.
You don't have a choice. Who are the people who roast him? Show of hands.
They're not raising their hands over there.
They're not raising their hands. Okay. So from that idea, I was thinking that why not I also roast everybody? Is it okay? So when I say everybody, it's not the poor Ayan only, but everybody. Is it okay to do that? Okay. I'm a nice person, so I'll not roast per se. But let me do some rapid fire questions like you do in Coffee with Karan with no hampers. No hampers here. But can you do some rapid fire questions? We'll come back to the last question later, okay? So you have a question, ma'am, so we'll come back to it later. Yeah? All right. What you will do is that we'll start from you, Ayan. First roasting is to Ayan. We'll have a question and they'll quickly move on. You don't have time to think, okay? And the next time we'll start with you, Mitali. All right? So just pass on the mic if it doesn't have. So, first question, and yes or no question, okay? Do you have your own Netflix account or use somebody else's password?
Somebody else's.
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
Somebody else.
How do you know I use Netflix?
Okay. What do you use then?
I use F movies sometimes.
Okay. So on that, do you have your own or use somebody else's?
That is just an online thing, so you can just search it.
So you don't. Answer is no for you then. Okay.
Somebody else's.
Somebody else.
No, I don't have Netflix. I love to watch pirated stuff.
Oh. I don't know if it's even good or bad.
Controversial.
Controversial. Yeah. So, thanks for the honesty. I think majority of whoever uses Netflix, they use somebody else's Netflix. How many of you use your own Netflix account? Show of hands.
Actually, I would like
that is still about what, 20-25%. Okay, good. Thanks for the honesty.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you adding something?
Actually, I would like to differ here. I am more inclined towards getting stuff from the internet and
okay. So Netflix is very different. Just get stuff from internet and watch it. Okay. All right. Get it. Next question. We'll start with you, Mitali. Okay. Name one celebrity that you find very annoying.
The Kardashians. I do not like them.
Is that in support of Mitali? I thought they're very popular, Kardashians, no? Okay, maybe they're popular, but a lot of people are finding. Okay, yeah. No comments on that.
No comments.
Move on. Yeah, don't have to comment.
This is being live telecasted. Okay, I don't want to take any chances.
And they have huge followers on the internet. So yeah.
Ori.
Ori is interesting character. Okay, all right.
I think Chris Martin from Coldplay because he didn't come to Bangalore.
Oh, yeah. Or you didn't get the tickets, maybe.
I don't have an answer for that because I'm not into movies and knowing about celebrities. But mostly I feel like there's this one lady, this Rakhi Sawant something. I guess. Yeah, I just find her very annoying. She's just
So you follow?
Yeah. So basically, I got to know from memes and all.
Okay.
But if she's an actor, she doesn't deserve the tag of actor.
Okay,
It's like
okay. So Rakhi Sawant, very popular choice for people who you might find annoying, okay?
I actually have to Taylor Swift and Zendaya.
Taylor Swift annoying. Now, no wonder he gets roasted. I mean, if you say Taylor Swift, thanks for your bravery and courage. And who's the other person, by the way?
Zendaya, she's an actress.
Oh, I don't know her, but how many of you find her annoying? Maybe some of you. Okay, all right. You know, my next question is actually on Taylor Swift. So I'll start with you. It is not a coincidence. I mean, I didn't plan for it. If Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran are drowning, who do you save and why? And I'm going to say one person. Who do you save and why?
Not because I like Ed Sheeran, because I dislike Taylor Swift, so I choose Ed
Okay,
Sheeran.
but you'll save Ed Sheeran, not that he likes, but he dislikes Taylor so much that, okay, get it? Yeah, Taylor or Ed?
Ed. Any day.
Taylor Swift, because she will call her entire backup to save Ed Sheeran.
Okay, Taylor Swift is 2:1 still.
Ed Sheeran.
Ed 3:1. He has already won the game. Let me see what Mitali has to say.
No, it has to be Taylor Swift. Anybody who
Oh.
knows me knows I love Taylor Swift. Right there.
Can I have a shout out for Taylor Swift, please? I mean, yeah. She's just amazing.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. But Ed Sheeran also is a difficult choice, I guess.
We love it, but Taylor. It has to be Taylor.
Is it like the guys don't like Taylor? Is something like that? Am I being a little biased here or something? Maybe. But I hope both of them survive and you can survive. So, but in this contest, at least Ed wins. All right. What is your...
No, so who would you save?
You know, I would save... I'd have to make my daughter happy, and she loves Taylor. And I would save Taylor. Okay, so that's, frankly, I mean, I got into Taylor like 2 years back. I think she's a phenomenal singer. She's like, I think she's a living legend. But sorry I didn't mean anything wrong about Ed, but I think she's really good. All right, that's my answer. So does it make it 3 + 3?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a
so
tie.
it's a draw then. All right, great. Night bird or early bird or night owl?
Definitely night owl.
Night owl?
Post MBA night owl.
Night owl?
I think early bird, I can't think after 10 p.m.
Okay.
It has to be night owl.
Night owl? What about you, Ayan?
I sleep through the mornings and sleep at night.
How many of you are night owls here? Show of hands. Okay, huge majority. I don't know how you attend those first or second periods. God bless the professors who take those sessions. Yeah. So I'll just leave it there. Okay, next question. This is maybe a serious question, but what is that one app, starting with you, Ayan, what is that one app in your phone that you really like, but it may not be very popular?
Ola cabs for the food.
Ola cabs, okay. I think we will know about it, but yeah, I get it.
Most probably, it will be an app called Trading View. Not necessarily known by everyone, but yeah, it's an app that I like.
Which helps you read books or something?
So it's basically gives you a track of what's happening in financial markets. Yeah. It's
Okay.
one of the most used app in my phones.
Okay, all right.
I think it would be Instapaper. It's basically, you can save blogs and articles in it and you can read later.
I didn't know about that. I'll look it up. Yeah.
I would say Perplexity, which is an AI app.
Okay.
It's quite useful for us. Plus, it has small news articles about some concepts that they have recently uploaded.
Okay, I didn't know about that as well.
I have another reading app suggestion. It's called LEADxAI. One of my friends suggested it, and it's like you can download any book and you can easily read into that. So I think it's a great
Is that
app.
free?
Yeah, it's completely
I'll
free.
surely look that up. Thanks for the suggestions. If you have any such suggestions, please shout out. Anything that you... Brave? Interesting. What else? Clot, as in C-L-O-T?
Yeah, C-L-E-U-D.
Oh, okay, okay. Hadn't heard about. Okay, that's one. We should look it up. One more. Letterbox. What do they do? It's like a folder for yourself and okay, amazing. I'll look that up. And do share some suggestions with me after this, or us as well, right? You also need to know some of these app suggestions. All right.
Yeah,
That's a useful one. Spending tracker. I know all of you exhaust your pocket money in the 20th of the month, if not 15th. This will be very helpful. Spending tracker. First of all, don't spend so much. Okay? Then you keep the tracker.
Yeah, one app, I would like to mention
one more that, you know,
it's
I think
Splitwise that me and my friends use. It's like our lending mechanism.
Okay.
We give it to and we keep track on it. It's really fantastic app. If you travel, when you go out for outing, you can split the expense and maintain track on it.
Okay, all right. Great.
Splitwise.
Okay, one more, then move on to the next question. One more roasting question, okay? Mithali, start with you.
Sure.
Texting or talking?
Texting.
Texting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please text me. I have more time to think when I respond back to people.
Okay, texting. Okay.
I'll also go with texting. I don't like calls.
2-0 texting.
I think talking.
2-1, somebody is a talker. Very good. 2-1 talking.
Talking.
2-2. Tiebreaker is Mr. Ayan. So 2-2. 2 for texting, 2 for talking.
Well, someone said I'm a bad texter, so I'll take talking.
Talking. So talking wins, hands down. So sort of us think you all love. How many texting, show of hands? Texting versus talking? Oh, a lot of you are good talkers, right? And it was my bias. I thought that you guys just love texting and texting. And let's see how the biases play out, right? So all of us love to have some good conversations and not just face-to-face, in person, not just texting. So, and it's a very individual style, although. It's what matters. Sometimes with a particular situation, you might want to text. Sometimes you want to talk, right? But yes, it's just a preference. Great. How was the roasting? You liked it? If you have more roasting questions, please, you can say it out loud also a little later, okay? For them, not for me, for them. Now, I'll move to the last question of today's panel. It's a very, very important one, although all the questions are important as well. And this is, I think, more for the dignitaries or the senior people sitting right here in the room. I think it'll be useful for them. I want to ask each one of them that they are the future talent pool. They'll be joining the workforce in a few years' time, right? And this industrial conference, a global conference attended by people of senior leaders across the industry, across cities and everything. Thanks to the amazing team which has done it. You and your team, Abhishek, amazing. Hats off to the job that you did. For all of you, they are your future employers sitting in front of people I'll be interacting with. Now, question to all of you is this, and to all of you as well, is that if you have one suggestion or message that you want to give to the future employers, people who would hire you in future, what would the suggestion or message be? Who do we start with? Shall we go with you? Ayan, yeah? Let's go with you.
My suggestion is fairly simple. It's about equating effort for the amount of marks you're getting in. If you have spent 1-2 hours to study for an exam and you're able to get 7.5 CGPA versus you're studying 6 to 7 hours a day on a daily basis for the entire semester and you're getting an 8.8 or a 9, then of course it says a lot about your latent potential, because a 15-20 mark difference can easily be covered in that regular study. Not to mention that we can use AI for this suggestion. AI can be used to, recognize parameters that can be used as metrics to create a model that can quantify the amount of effort you're putting in while being productive. Not to mention, AI can now use cameras to recognize your body language and your facial expressions, which can further be factored in to monitor your productivity.
So I'm talking about using technology and AI to measure our real performance, as in what I'm actually doing on the job, not just clocking the hours, right? And you can do that even if I'm not present through my facial expressions and the way I use my body. You can track that. It's wonderful. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm gauged by my performance is measured by my productivity that I do, not number of hours. Okay? Yeah. something what Neil also you said that, but you're using a lot of technology in doing that as well. Because sometimes the question that all of us have as seniors is that, really, how do you do that? How do I mean, that's a difficult thing, right? How do you really measure the actual productivity and then we not track hours? So something an AI can help there as well. Okay, that's a great point. Vedant?
So from my view, it won't be a suggestion, but it would be a small request. So one thing that I realized in my past internship, that when we join the new workforce, we are always on an incrementally high energy level. We want to know things. We want to know what the business is apart from just for our roles. Like I might be hired from one particular law, but why don't they offer me also a certain opportunity space where I'm able to discover what the other business functions are doing? Because I might be very specific to role, I will do my routine tasks, but give me a certain time where I'm knowing, I'm exploring, I'm collaborating, and I'm coming with certain things that could be turn out to be an innovation as well. So that space could be, I feel, be implemented, because I would like to connect this with the learning curve shift that Ayan mentioned in previous question, that if you look to right now, the ability to learn anything new, and not specifically learn to know the domain-specific knowledge is not that difficult. It's very convenient and accessible. So in that case, the opportunity should be there to know other department as well, other business function, and come up with something new and to explore. That's it.
So you're saying that in a way that, suppose you join a finance department, you're a finance student, while you do a role core in finance, but you will also do something in, say, in marketing, bit of in HR as well, so that your whole outlook is more holistic towards approaching work. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, because
excellent point. Yeah.
Because at a fresher level, when we join workforce, I feel that the curiosity is at the peak.
Right.
And after a few years, it is going to be conditioned. We all know that. So why not to take leverage of it and just to know ourselves beautifully and as well as the company.
And especially in BBA and MBAs, you study different departments as well. You come with some basic knowledge and fundamental knowledge, right? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Like in these past 2 days, I've seen leaders which are inspiring us. I just have one suggestion, that while interviewing, when you're looking at potential employees, students, you look for people who inspire you and who think would be a great fit in your team. So for that, there is one thing that I keep telling myself is to see grit, which is passion and effort. Passion for the job role that they have, that they want to go in, and not just for the company, because they will be in that job role for a while and they will still be learning. And effort, not just to learn and relearn, but also to unlearn the things, because they might provide a bias beforehand. And if they're able to unlearn and adapt to things easily, then it will be something that might be good for the company.
Okay, so when we hire, so suppose I'm a senior HR person, I come and recruit you, I ask some interview questions. So typically I look at your CV, your CGPA, experience, what have you done in college and any other activity. You're saying that go beyond it and look at the human side of the person. Because CV may not tell the entire story. It's all about who you are, how determined you are, how gritty you are. You talked about passion, how passionate you. This is something that we should look at in a person and not only about your CV. Is that right?
Yeah, this is where the soft skills would also come in.
Exactly. How many of you agree with him? With her, I'm so sorry. It's not only, you are not only your CV, is that right? You're much beyond your CV. You have to figure out a way to bring the best out of the person behind the CV. I don't think you have figured it out very well. That's a great suggestion we can work with. How do we really do that? And I think it's something I at least take away a lot from that suggestion. Yeah.
So I'd like to add on to what she was talking about. Soft skills are quite important. And I want to go beyond this and say that we should remove the standardization that has come with our entire process, starting from joining the colleges that we are getting into to actually moving into the corporate workforce. All of these have a standard protocol, that is, you need to have X number of marks, you need to score Y grade, and only then you can move into this place. So you're sitting for placements, you need to have this CGPA, otherwise you can't sit for this or you can sit for this. So this standardization has actually brought in a stagnant level where we are all facing this issue that you can be a topper. It's, as Mihal actually mentioned earlier, that you can get the marks. It's not difficult to get the marks. It's more difficult to have the soft skills that are required. So a topper might have learned a lot from the book, but there are some things that are learned outside the book that will be more useful in the workforce. And I feel that removing the standardization, or at least minimizing it to a point where we are able to look at the person as a whole and not just as the grades that they bring in, that would be much better. Because I actually know a few individuals who have a lot more that they can show for in the experience that they've gained. And I believe we had a conversation earlier. It's not just our experience that we put on paper, that this is how much I've worked, but it's the life experiences that we have. And those experiences do at times come with the shortage of grades. So I feel that we should look at life experiences rather than just that paper-based experience.
Excellent. You know, a lot of recruiters, when they come and hire you, when you sit for placement, they have a cutoff for CGPA. And it can be sometimes as high as 80%. Do you know that? Do you think we should lower that? Louder, yes? Because the moment you say low, I'm writing it down. I have huge connect in the industry. I actually will take it down and not doing it for academic purposes only. I don't know who will listen to us, but maybe a weightage. Yeah, absolutely. That's what, it cannot be only marks, and marks, right? It has to be a lot more than that. You're also hiring the person, the human being, not only that CV the person does, right? It is my responsibility to talk to all my industry friends and leaders I don't know how many will listen, but it's a voice that needs to be heard for sure, because I'm hearing from all of you that CGPA cutoff has to be reasonable and look at other side as well. Thank you, panel, for bringing it up. Last but not the least, Mithali.
Yes, sir. I would like to first of all agree to all of their points.
Okay.
Like one thing we all, I think, focus on is the cutoff. It should be a skill-based cutoff instead of a CGPA-based cutoff. And as ma'am said, it should have like more weightage based, like, okay, some weightage should be given to the skills, some should be given to the academic excellence and whatnot. Moreover, some skills that the recruiters should look for is, as Mehal said, skill to learn, skill to unlearn, because these things prove very important in the long run. You are not going to be always applying the subjects that you have learned in your college. You'll have to catch up with the fast-paced world. One thing about AI is it's continuously changing. So you also have to continuously upskill yourself in order to be up to date and relevant. One more thing that I would like to add is when the employer is rejecting a candidate, maybe what they can do is send a proper rejection mail mentioning that what kind of skills do we expect from you and where did you lack. And that could again be easily done with the help of an AI. You give the AI input in it, the skill set that you are expecting from a candidate, and then tell the candidate where they're lacking. So the next time around, they can work on themselves. They don't have to be in that scenario, confused place at where did I exactly lack. And one more thing that all of us were actually talking about in the backstage is internships. Considering I am having a face-to-face conversation with my future employer, I would like them to create more internship opportunities for me. Internships for our generation, it's a very important thing. Like, that's the first thing our mind goes to. That's the first thing that we search for as soon as we reach second or third year. We have credit based on the internships and the projects that we do. So it's like it comes down, it's not a question on the college, but more rather than that, the question on the industry to create more opportunities where the students that are still learning, still getting their degree, they can get more practical hands-on experience. So that's my opinion.
I think that's a brilliant point. Sometimes we love to complain about students not having practical experience, but you have to keep our side of the bargain as well. We will have to provide them internship opportunities. You don't just get created from thin air, right? So I know you have it mostly in the third year or fourth year towards the fag end of your, maybe more. Okay, you still have a lot more. Maybe you can do a lot more as well, right? But a lot of institutions don't even have that. Maybe just 1 in 4 years. But can we do more? Absolutely, we can do more. And something I'll also take away, I'm sure all of you love to have more internships, right? It's a great place. You being in that space and learn from the experts sitting next to them. That's exposure you cannot be replicated in a normal school or college environment. These are great suggestions. As I mentioned, the onus is on me right now to make sure that I pass it on to my industry friends. You're talking about internships. You're talking about, making sense of the CGPA, how important that is. And yeah, sure. Yeah, last question anyway. So we will obviously look at what kind of practical exposure given some weightage to the other things that you do in college. You're also talking about rejection emails. Actually knowing if I don't do a good job, it is bad. But what is worse is not knowing why did a bad job, right? All of us deserve some feedback after done. So we'll see how we can do that. Although the applications are very high, practically you have to see how applicable that is, but we'll have to bring that up. And of course, talking about AI a lot. There's a lot we can do while recruitment during AI, while performance management. This is something that's really, really not being utilized to an extent. We're just scratching the surface, I believe, on that one, right? Amazing points. Any other thing that the audience would like to add to what you want to see from your future employer? Anything, shout out, just shout out. One dream that you have, I just want this to go away or this thing to happen. Yeah. Very true, because we do that. We look at NRF ranking or even the other rankings and say, well, you go to the top 20 colleges, but it's similar to CGPA, that's what we're talking about, right? It gives some indication, but it doesn't mean those are top best colleges. There's will be other things we should look at as well, right? That's a brilliant point. I'll take it up from, I think that's something, it's a pet peeve that I think people like you from the department would have, for sure. Great, I think we have covered a lot of ground, and that's, I think, and I know we could do some Q&A, but it is lunchtime. We talked about food, and I think one common thing we do share, you're talking about Siri and GCBC. So I started feeling hungry already, and I think you guys have been amazing audience. You also gave your participation throughout the session as well. So thanks. Keep the conversations going on. You can find me on LinkedIn. Let me know what else I should know about you and about what your problems are. How can I solve? Not I'm talking about I, but I'm talking I as a group of recruiters, of employers. Do let me know. But I can't thank my panel enough. Can I have a huge round of applause for this wonderful 5 people? And I'm not saying this for the sake of saying this. And you have seen this. You have had some panel discussions last 2 days. You'll see a lot more of it. I'm sure you would agree this is one of the most interesting panel discussions we have had in the recent, at least I have seen. You agree with me? Is something speaking your mind, speaking your voice, and making it real, not giving any global gyan or something like that. So thanks you guys. I can't thank you enough for making this panel like the way you did. I think without you, this would not have been possible, right? On their behalf, like you also give suggestions, do get in touch with them. They have some amazing ideas. So I'm sure they know how to reach you all, right? Get in touch with them. And please share thoughts and ideas and exchange conversations. With that, we'll end today's panel discussion. Thank you all. And I'll hand it over to you, I guess, and then we all move to lunch. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right.
All right. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Debashish Ghosh and our 5 other speakers? Sir, before you leave and before the other speakers get up, we'd like to provide you with a memento. Okay? Can we have the mementos, please? And Abhishek, sir, would you like to come on stage and provide the mementos to our speakers?
Guys, you guys are absolutely brilliant. I mean, I've done panel discussion for our side, but you guys are a lot better than some of the senior dudes.
315.
Hello. We'll break for lunch and we will meet at 3. I'm so sorry for cutting down your lunch time. 3:15. So then the panel will start at 3:30 then. Because by the time they come again 15 minutes. All right. Fair enough. So we will meet at 3:15. Same place, same venue. The next panel is of talent acquisition heads. Before you leave, I just wanted to leave you with a thought. We have Flipkart, we have Amazon, we have really good talent acquisition heads whom we are, looking at hiring.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to everybody. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch. I'm Akansha, a second year BBA honors student, and I'm delighted to host our next panel on the topic Employer Branding and Reputation Management, that focuses on crafting a compelling employer brand to attract talent, leveraging technology and digital platforms, enhances on organizations' reputation through social media and online reviews. A strong employer brand involves talent acquisition, employee engagement, and loyalty, allowing companies to stand out in a competitive job market. To delve deeper into this topic, I would like to call upon our next panel. Please welcome the moderator of our panel, Mr. Vishwanath Raju. He is an internationally recognized HR expert with over 20 years of experience in global talent acquisition. Known as the man of patents, he has led business transformations through strategic hiring, talent branding, and university relations. Currently heading talent acquisition and strategy at ANSR Global, he has expertise in scaling teams and driving AI information in HR, holding copyrights for AI-driven HR models. A graduate of Osmania University and IIM Bangalore, currently pursuing a PhD in AI in HR from Geetham University, and serves as a visiting faculty at top institutions like IIMs and IITs. Welcome, sir. The first speaker of the panel is Ms. Chaya Mangesh. Ms. Chaya holds a BA in Economics and an MBA in HR Management from Bangalore University. She has had an impressive career in HR, starting with ICICI OneSource and serving as an HR business partner at Emphasis, an EDS company. She then took the role of Manager HR at CAE and progressed to become the Regional Talent Acquisition Manager for Asia and Australia. She further advanced as an Associate Staffing Director at Quintiles. Currently, she is the Head of Talent Acquisition and Specialty Recruiting in India DEI Lead at Amazon Development Center. Welcome, ma'am. Our next speaker for the panel is Mr. Sumit Premi. Mr. Sumit is a talent acquisition leader with over a decade of experience, currently serving as Director of Talent Acquisition at Flipkart. Over the past 4 years, he has led majority portfolios including tech and product recruitment, campus recruitment, and university relations. Prior to Flipkart, he managed talent acquisition at Samsung R&D, KPMG, and Tata Consultancy Services. Holding an MBA in HR from BIMM Pune and a master's in labor law from Pune University, he is known for building strong stakeholder relationships and leading high-performing recruitment teams. Now I would like to talk about our next speaker on stage, Mr. Nadeem Pasha. He has around 2 decades of experience in talent acquisition and has worked with global giants like Oracle, Hawaii, and Mindtree. At Oracle, he recruited 2,000 plus developers, setting a record still unmatched. He led Hawaii's successful M&A projects in the Middle East, transitioning 256 employees smoothly and ensuring compliance under Saudi Arabia's Nitakat system. His expertise spans talent acquisition strategy, employer branding, and HR integration. Recognized as a top global talent acquisition voice by LinkedIn in 2024, he has also earned the Employee of the Year award at Robosoft for exceptional talent management and branding efforts. Welcome, sir. Our last panelist is Mr. Rishabh Dev. Mr. Rishabh is a seasoned HR professional with over 20 years of experience, including 17 plus years in HR across industries like building materials, agri-products, real estate, retail, and financial services. An alumni of XLRI Business School, he has excelled in establishing HR processes and managing diversity. He has driven people transitions, best practice, and system promoting accountability and fairness. Notable accomplishments include achieving the Great Place to Work certificate for Century Ply 2024-25 and being recognized as a top 35 TAPMI Young HR leader in 2022. He is committed to building a future-ready workforce through innovation and embracing diverse talent. Welcome, sir. I would like you all to give a round of applause for our panel.
Hello, hi, how are you? Great. How many of you had lunch? Some people who did not raise their hands, I'm assuming that they had double the times, right? Is that correct? Okay. How many of you know that some of your future employers could be here? Wow. So Chaya, there are so many people who are trying, and Nadeem and Rishabh, these are our people. Okay, so talent. So the way I would want to do this session is that now that all of you had your lunch and some of you are kind of thinking about dozing off, so we will ensure that you are not. We will make it more interactive. And best part is we will be asking questions, and I was told that best question will have a greatest prize. So keep your questions for us, okay? So Chaya, let me ask you, good old days we talked about data. Then we started talking about revolution of prescriptive, predictive. Then slowly we got into the revolution of AI. Now people are talking about generative AI, right? I would want to throw some light on, maybe talk us through what is this, how is this impacting the workforce, talent landscape, and maybe give us some glimpse of how you are using it personally. Thank you.
Sure. Hope I'm audible. First of all, it's great to see such a huge participation. I'm very touched and honored. So thank you for having me here. I think it's very interesting phase we are in. If you look at it, the era we are living, so much of technology innovations happening, right? I mean, if you look back, like the generations before us might not be so privileged in terms of the comforts we are seeing in today's era, today's world, right? So if you kind of look at, for example, in the retail world, the online shopping, the way the online shopping has evolved over last 10, 15 years, there's so much of innovation happening, keeping customer comfort at heart of everything, right? I mean, we used to shop through your desktops, and then, it's transitioned to, can we shop sitting anywhere? In your mobile, can we sit and shop for anything and everything? To products and services, to right now we can order 10-minute delivery, and then, that's transitioning into the quick commerce. You're kind of buying your groceries within 10 minutes. I think it's impressive progression what we are seeing. So how is it possible, right? It's more of like the way the AI, Gen AI has evolved over last few years. So much investments happening. When it comes to, according to me, when it comes to talent attraction, definitely we would leverage some of these Gen AI tools to make, hiring easier. We obviously leverage some of the innovative technologies to kind of reduce the, repetitive task of, finding talent through different channels. Maybe can we look at automating some of these tools where we can find, like LinkedIn. I'm sure all of you are there on LinkedIn. Some of you connected with me through LinkedIn, right? I mean.
So they are your prospective candidates.
Absolutely. So there's so much of, action happening, especially in the Gen AI space. But when it comes to, can we transition completely in terms of only automation, no human touch? I think we'll have to wait and watch, because there has to be an integration of the automation. Still, there is a human touch is needed, right? I mean, we can definitely automate a lot of things through bots and things like that, but still there is an element of in-person interaction, which is very, very essential. That's what a lot of corporates are believing. That's where you see a lot of corporates are looking at hybrid working model. Complete virtual is not good for, your social development, psychological development, and innovations and things like that. A lot of companies are, proposing the hybrid work model. So that is obviously, one of the things I would like to highlight. I mean, Gen AI is going to be there, and I think we are going to get smarter at using the Gen AI skills. I think talent acquisition obviously is going to be like leveraging some of these things, for sure.
Thank you. I think you sounded like a Sam Altman, the way he was narrating how Gen AI can change the world. But then best part that you talked about is how business is transforming, and then you told the story about how technology is transforming, and then you talked about how HR is transforming. I think this is how she set a bar for all of us. So let's live up to that. So Rishabh, I'll shift gears to you. First of all, are you your version or your metaverse version? Because you're talking about metaverse. So I'm assuming that you are your real version of yours.
Trust me, it is me.
Okay. So there's a lot of hype on metaverse. There's a lot of hype on parallel world, and I'm sure good old company Facebook has changed this to Meta. So talk about metaverse and talk about how metaverse is changing talent landscape or HR landscape. And thank you very much for that.
How many of you have heard about Mahabharat and Ramayana? Can you raise your hands? Seen it? Lot of. Good.
That's
See, I think this metaverse concept was back then also. One example is, if you go back and visualize the Mahabharata battle, Sanjay was given that visual capacity to be there and see the war and then narrate it to Dhritarashtra. So that was back then. I believe this technology concept would have been gained from this particular incident probably. Now coming into how metaverse is impacting our recruitment strategies. Yeah. A lot of what it is being done, but honestly speaking, there is huge scope still, because if you have to understand every business has a particular investment pattern, and then there is a ROI. Not every organization that we see in India or globally, they can have that leverage to implement complete metaverse technology. But in a part, of course, you can utilize. I remember one organization, it was not very big, which I was part of as a CHRO. We introduced a recruitment technology wherein psychometric assessments were done, right? It was a US-based company in India. They did 1 hour simulation, entire simulation, and you were made to be a part of that. And then you would actually believe that you are doing or you are being a part of it, and then your entire psychological thought process was evaluated. So I think these small things can be part of any organization, but to see a greater change, and then you will actually believe that you are investing 50,000 in a VR device, and then everybody will invest that much. I think there is still some time to do that.
Okay, thanks very much. I think you also spoke about what is metaverse, and thanks for Mahabharat. I'm kind of visualizing now, so thank you for that. So we'll shift gears. Nadeem, blockchain, right? There was a very good example of blockchain about how blockchain can be leveraged, but not so good example about how the crypto thing and all happened and all that, right? And blockchain is in use for both good and bad reasons. Let's talk about good reasons for now, because we can be pulled into bad reasons. So how blockchain can be leveraged for hiring or HR kind of activities? Your points. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwa. Good afternoon, friends. Excellent. Yeah, please keep off your cell phones. This session is for you. And thanks, TAPMI team, for inviting all of us. So, Vishwa, for your question, a simple understanding to all of you. Blockchain, right? Block means stop. Chain, there is a sequence, and information is flowing in a sequence in a highly efficient manner, which requires a lot of security, right? Which requires a lot of attention, so that no fraudsters or no cybersecurity crimes or no changes can be updated in the data, right? So to make sure that we have a synchronized information in an efficient way, blockchain has been implemented for all good reasons, which I am talking. So the information should not be leaked. The security information has to be protected, and it has to be enhanced, and it has to be delivered on a faster pace. See, friends, we are all fighting against cost, quality, and time. And being in recruitment, my fellow friends will all agree. So we have to deliver quality result in a very cost-efficient manner, in a timely, scalable heights. We can't have to wait for a long time to recruit a person where we lose the business. At the same time, we can't hire a very costly resource where our margins goes reduced. Despite taking care of cost and time, we can't hire a bad resource who will not deliver. So we have to create an ecosystem of hiring a good candidate, cost effective, in a timely manner. To do all that, background checks and verifications has been implemented, right? And these background checks and verifications, earlier it used to be in the paper format. With the help of blockchain technology, thanks to blockchain technology, those things have been reduced and eradicated. Now, you as a prospective candidate for me as an organization, you can upload all your data, which is encrypted, blockchain content. There are various tools, GDMR tools, there are AAI tools, where you can upload this data and you can make it secure, where nobody can access the data with the help of the codes. Whenever the verification happens, you can give the privilege and an access to a single individual to perform those activities, where your education check, your employment check, your stay check, your police verification, everything can be performed in a synchronous manner without leaking this information to multiple people. That's mean your data is secured, your data is not exposed to many people, and your data is also ethical and verified. These are all the big time and the real time advantages of using blockchain technology, which is going to help the organization in the long run. This is my answer going to be.
Thank you. Thanks for also adding value in terms of the name of the products so that people can understand that. Thank you very much for that. So, Sumit, today, while hiring is important, there's a lot of emphasis on candidate experience, right? The same person is actually floating for 4 different organizations. So how you give candidate experience is more directly proportional to the person joining your organization, right? Now in that, if you add something to do with immersiveness, something to do with expertise in terms of candidate management and all that, how does that entire stack look like? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Hi, everyone. Okay, I'm Sumit. I work with Flipkart. Hope all of you shopped during Big Billion Days. You did? How many iPhone buyers over here? I mean, so young. I bought my first iPhone, 2 years back. Just kidding. Okay, thanks for that compliment. So I'll start with that only. See, 15 years back when I was a student, I'll stitch the candidate experience part. Why is it required in first place? When I was a student 15 years back, for me, the goal was getting a job in a brand which will give me job security. But now it has come to an employer brand, not the company. Everybody wants to work in a cool organization. How do we tell you we are cool, right? That is where the candidate experience, not of the product, but of the employer comes into picture. Any guess how many applications you are there on your phone? Any random guess, any number anybody has noticed? There'll be, you scroll 3-4 times, right? On an average, how many applications are there in your phone? Apps?
100.
40, 50, 80, 30, 50.
I would want to hear who is the 30.
Who's the 30? Brilliant. Very well organized.
One of the best person in this life, I'm telling you.
I was coming here, I checked, I have 106 applications in my phone. And there is content everywhere. Everybody is trying to throw content on my face. So me as an employer, if I give another app and tell you, can you install one more app, I will give you my content. You're like, dude, I have so many apps already in my phone. Why do I need another app? So when we talk about candidate experience, we want it to be very clear. And I'll talk about what we do in Flipkart. One thing is getting a new app. There are so many platforms which will come and tell you, we will do your branding and we'll give the candidate experience. First thing is, we want to ensure candidates experience how we as an employer. Everybody has Instagram on their phone? How many of us do not use it daily? You don't use it daily? Brilliant. I'm happy to see him. I mean, I have become scroller, right? I keep on scrolling all the time. Reels have become an addiction. And LinkedIn, of course, everybody logs in at least once. So when we talk about candidate experience, Vishwa, what we are focusing on is the content which a future candidate or a potential employee is already consuming. How do I seed in over there? We have an Instagram channel called Life at Flipkart. We don't sell products over there. I don't share, okay, the iPhone discount is 60% or 50% and whatnot. What an employee goes through day by day, they get to see that. That is where we want to give them a real picture of, okay, this is how my life is going to be as a Flipster. Do see whenever you get time, right? We just recently concluded our Big Billion Days. It is nothing less than a festival in our office. We get mattresses, we stay throughout 24 hours over there, there is food, stuff, everything. Not to do with work-life balance. It's not that there is a debate going on, why are people staying over there? No. It is about having fun. Just like we do college fest in office, we have all the students, everybody together. We all come together during Big Billion Days and ensure we work together on this. LinkedIn is the second channel. While we talk about our products, but what are various opportunities? What are various things which Flipkart as an employer has to offer? So these are particular channels, which I said, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, which is already existing. So we use these channels and harness their potential to a further extent. That would be my answer.
So while I was thinking that I'll open up to the questions, but then LinkedIn already saw 17 questions. So first question was to Chaya. Question is work-life balance. And I don't want to add because that's a question by itself, right? So is it a movie, or is it a story, or is it reality, or is it just on the paper? What is your thought process? Thank you. And all of you have questions, by the way. They have written the name of the person that they want to ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it's a buzzword, work-life balance. You Google, I guess you get a lot of interpretations. Personally, for me, work-life balance, I would like to call it as work-life integration, not balance. You should love what you do, and that's how you can balance your life, right? Work. You're working what you like. So that's life.
So you should be paid for your passion.
You should be paid for your passion.
Wow.
You should pursue your
How
passion.
many of you want to get paid for your passion? Very good. Thank you. Okay, Rishabh, on you. You spoke about being one of the top HR leaders and all that. I'm sure you're getting a lot of your managers saying that I'm not able to retain my top talent, right? And I'm sure they're going to another organization. While you're doing great in terms of their experience and all that, there could be element of comp or any other reason. Top talent retention is the highest priority, according to me, for a CHRO. So can you throw some light on that? Thank you.
See, I personally believe any organization employees work for two things. Either they are getting some experience, great experience, and accordingly compensated, or else some people are just working, they are happy, whatever they are. Right? So the second lot is not a priority for people, because there will be people like that. People will come, people will go, that happens. But the biggest challenge is retaining the people who are there in the first category, because they get dissatisfied in any organization very fast, right? So you have to keep them always encouraged through a lot of different training sessions, different engagement activities, and to be honest, at times you are unable to retain people, because some people will leave. That is why attrition is also there. But keeping your key people integrated and a proper succession planning, that is, I think, is a key challenge for us. And Century being a very structured organization in our own industry, we face a lot of attrition challenges.
You use the word integration. So can you just, I think it's a very interesting word, at least to me. Can you talk about more on that?
See, it is like, for example, anybody whosoever is working and they are identified as talent, as performers, be it sales, be it any department. So their involvement in the system has to be always judged and encouraged, right? There are different parameters, observations, regular counseling, different engagement activities, what we do, different set of training programs, even we send to ISB or IMs, any top performers, for example, who needs further elevation in the system. So that, for example, if every year they cannot be promoted, at least they are gaining something out of it. So that is why they remain integrated in the system. But the challenge will always be there.
Yeah. We cannot have a zero
attrition, otherwise then we will not be sitting here.
So I think, Sumit, we all like playing games. Can game element come into HR in terms of gamification or helping us to do a better job than what we're doing? I'm sure I heard about gamification in onboarding, recruitment gamification. Have you seen or heard any stuff?
Okay, interesting one. We were having a chat while over coffee as well. We humans are programmed, the moment there is a competition or a game, we tend to become more attentive and participate more in that, right? And that is relevant for all of us. not only us and them as well, right?
Irrespective of age group, you're saying?
Irrespective of, I'll again take it as a compliment, but then...
Why do you want to talk about age every time? Let's not talk about it.
The thing is, whenever these guys also are put through a competition, right? You call it gamification, you call it a competition. These days we do hiring through hackathons and case study competitions. 70% of my hiring, especially from campus space, is coming from there.
Wow.
What we are trying to do is trying to have an atmosphere wherein it is not a vanilla, you come from round 1, round 2, round 3, no. You give them a problem statement, let them come together. It's just like a game setup, right? They collaborate, they work as a team, they create a solution out of it, they present, and we select through the process. That is what it comes in our hiring piece. So we have done that. In our internal as well, right? Learning is one of the very clear examples, right? Nobody wants to attend trainings. When you add a game element into it, there is this positive competition that comes into the picture.
Wow.
And that is where the dashboards are there. You are green, red, amber. Most of our day goes into RAG statuses of our things. So that is where it become a very important element for everybody. The entire ecosystem, I would say, Vishwa.
So in some way or the other, you're also saying that to be relevant, stay relevant in the system, understand the latest technologies, how it is disrupting recruitment as an industry, and try to see how much you can be focused on, how much you can actually deliver on, kind of a thing, from a recruiting standpoint.
Exactly. And I mean, I always say, whenever I go to campuses, right, my closing line is, to the students is, it is your job to get a job. It is not your placement team's job to get a job.
Wow.
Because now the recruitment process has been democratized. You don't have to wait for companies to visit your campus. There are platforms like HunchTop, HackerRank, Inside Amp, so many of them are there, and companies are hosting open platforms. Amazon does it, right? It is open to all the campuses. I'm not sure how many of you are registered. How many of you have visited Unstop ever once? Good. Make sure the time you spend on Instagram and LinkedIn, go over there. What are companies doing? What is the kind of talent they are looking for? That is like, to Vishwa, to your point, you have to keep your eyes and ears open. All of us, everybody has to do that to stay relevant.
So before I go to the audience, last question, Nadeem. Last time we were talking about artificial intelligence, and you were so fascinated about chatbots being used. Can you talk about a case study of how chatbots can actually enable talent acquisition? Thank you.
So I work for a company called Robosoft Technologies, friends. So the theme of, or the practical way of looking at Robosoft Technologies is to simplify lives, right? Simplifying life of a human being is the punch mark, or is the statement what we have given. So which means whatever the work you do, we need to make sure that we are all arriving to a common cause of providing solution which is simplified and which can be used in a real-time basis. So Robosoft as an organization, we have invested a lot in artificial intelligence. We have invested a lot in augmented and virtual reality. So this has brought too much of leeway for our clients to use various technologies and bring in a lot of relevance to it. So I will make it more exciting. All of us watch IPL, right? IPL is the favorite game for all of us, correct? Am I resonating to each one of you? Okay, fine. So the IPL feeling what you get when you go to the stadium and the feeling what you get when you watch it in a TV is two different things. And Robosoft is responsible for that. So we create a sort of an atmosphere giving a HD content view to the viewers. Obviously they are paying huge tariffs for that, right? So the feeling what you get when you watch it in a TV, the boundaries, all digital, right? So you will be able to see the scores, you will be able to see the force, you will be able to see the sixes, you will be able to see the dimensions. The different way we have created artificial intelligence, amalgamation of artificial intelligence with machine learning, using virtual and augmented reality is extremely different. And we have been the pioneer of doing it from the back end. So as soon as a player enters inside, the complete stats on the ground, right? The ranges of six, the wickets, the different angles to the umpire to judge whether he is out or not, right? All these things have been done meticulously using this technology. Wow. And we take a lot of pride in doing, many people doesn't know, we take a lot of pride in doing because we have been one of the best in providing the digital views to the people who are audience, right? Ultimately, we are the audience, we are watching it, right? And at the same time, you might be aware there are loads of competition comes in other channels, right? Where equally audience are pulled to watch, right? So that point of time when you are getting a best of the best content, watched as per your convenience, with more and more focused, with more and more highlights, with more and more data, with more and more information, obviously everybody feel enlightened, everybody feel glued to it. And that is how we have been able to attract more and more customers globally, not only in India, globally, and we have made it as one of the biggest pride for everybody, right? So it's one of the biggest high return, high value games across the globe. So that is my answer going to be, Vishnu.
Thank you. Brought in the game element again, Sumit, to your point. So we have maybe 5 more minutes before we are asked to go from here. So we can pick up maybe 2 questions. I think we have a hand raised there. Lot of hands. Keep it short. Tell about your name first and then your question. If you have a generic question, it's fine. If it's not, then you can ask any person that you want to ask. Chaya, Sumit, Nadeem, and Rishabh.
It's a common question, I think.
Common question, okay, thank you.
My name is Yash Arya. My question is, what strategies do you employ to address negative reviews or feedback on social media and Glassdoor? And how do you maintain a positive online presence?
Yeah. So we have been working on some of these social media campaigns. One of the things what we do is the element of creating positivity in the organization. We talk a lot about the good work and the engagement work what we are doing with our employees, which makes them feel enlightened. So this can be as small as giving them rewards, on-spot reward, or some incentive, or maybe a lucrative gift as a birthday gift, as an anniversary gift, right? Give the touch and the feel to the employees that makes them feel special on that special day. We have organized a program where we share the anniversary gift to the spouse, not to the employee, right? That gives a very special feeling to the employee, right? So employee is working, we share a marriage anniversary gift to his wife, right? So wife gets the gift 1 day in advance or on the same day, right? They feel special, they feel valued. So see, these reviews can't be removed forever, or it can't be completely hidden. What we do is, by doing more and more good work and positive work, we tend to hide those reviews by showing lot of positive intent and the connect feel with our employees. Once we give that small connects, the pleasure and the feeling of belongingness that you are an integral part of the organization, we can try to eradicate or we can try to hide some of the negative reviews. That is going to be my answer.
I'll just add +1. Thanks some of the good suggestions, Nadeem, you gave us. I'll try and pass on to my organization. See, there is something called as practicing gratitude. We call it culture of gratitude, practicing that in the organization. Somebody who delivers you food during the rain, if the food is fine, it is a hygiene for you. The moment the food is spilled, you will write a big review over there. We don't tend to talk about good things which is there. So we have to practice that culture of gratitude. That is a continuous effort. We in organization keep on doing that. Okay, there would be employees who would be disgruntled. They will rant on social media. That is okay. But there is so much of good stuff also happening. And you don't force employees to do that. If you practice that culture of gratitude, it will come. Organically, yeah.
So one thing that we've done is we acknowledge that first. Yes, you have gone through this issue. Somebody is taking care of that. And then after a day or two, somebody writes response on what that was already. Right? Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Muhammad Ahad Sheikh. So I think my question would be more relevant to Mr. Sumit and Chaya ma'am. So my question is that like when quick commerce just entered into the market, it was only focused on groceries and small items. But now, as we have seen in 2023 and 2024, many big products have also come in, like electronics and all, like electronics ranging till PlayStation. We can find it on Blinkit and Swiggy Instamart. So do you think that it can be a major threat to big brands like Amazon and Flipkart in the future?
Can you repeat big threat to, because we are only doing it so.
Keep the mic close to your mouth.
Do you think that it will be a big threat to big brands like Amazon and Flipkart in the future?
The quick commerce.
Yeah.
We've already ventured into quick commerce. Okay, I'll talk about it. Okay, Shaya, maybe you can continue after that. See, quick commerce is a need which was never there. It is a need which was created. Like was e-commerce as well. We always used to shop. The word e-commerce, how this entire industry thrives was in the value we create. What is the value you as a customer are getting? One is, of course, your time, travel, and of course, the monetary value you get. Now, as we are getting into quick commerce, especially the metro cities, they want everything in 15 minutes. Now the ecosystem is getting disrupted. Of course, Swiggy, which is your Instamart, Blinkit, and Zepto are there. I'm not sure, I will do a branding of my organization. Flipkart has also launched Flipkart Minutes. If you have not, so we are serviceable in, I think, Bangalore, Bombay, in some of the areas. By next year, we plan to have covered, I think, 70% of the country. So it is a market which is getting disrupted. I'm sure Amazon also has a plan, which maybe Chaya can talk about it. But whenever something new happens, right, of course there is a first mover, but the market comes up. But is this need sustainable? How much value will the businesses make out of it? Some of the profitable stories are coming into picture. But that is how I imagine 10 years back, would we have ever imagined, tadka lag raha hoga aur paneer aa jayega 15 minutes mein? That is the scene which happens every day in my morning. While my maid is there, she starts cooking and putting the tadka. By the time my wife orders a paneer and it comes in 15 minutes. So these are the values which commerce players are creating. And I'm telling you, it will not be a threat. A lot of more players will start getting added into it. That is my take. Chaya, would you want to add on?
Sure, thanks for that question. Perhaps, I have, like from Amazon standpoint, of course, I think the focus for us is to kind of expand our platform to enable a lot of small, mid-size, large-scale, service providers or vendors, sellers on the platform, reach to the remotest villages, remotest corners of India and ensure that, there is a connectivity. I think we'll continue to kind of focus on enabling, establishing some of those things. We're definitely not talking about entering into quick commerce at this point in time. I think there's a lot of investments in terms of what we want to do from, building some technologies and then, sustaining some of these technologies and things like that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Next question, I would want to see how are we doing on time. Abhishek, how are we doing on time?
Hi, my name is Soham, and my question is, during the panelists were being introduced, it was told that business transformation was one of the skills of, the panelists. So I want to know what is business transformation and how does a person implement it in their company?
I can take that. Business transformation, the way business is done 10 years back towards today, if it is transformed using technology, using experience as one of the key element, using efficiency as a key element, using effectiveness as a key element, using some of those personalization as a key element, I think that business is transformed. Obviously, cost, I'm not even talking about it. If it brings in cost element, I think you ticked in the box, right? So I think Sumit was talking about how business was happening 5 years, 10 years back towards today. It is transformed, right? And who did the transformation? It is all of us. People have thought about, somebody has thought about, somebody can be delivered, right? That is now a business. So that is the business transformation. Swiggy is a great example. Flipkart is a great example. So the way, I was talking to some of the students before this, if 50% of you can actually think about, creating something of your own, I'm telling you, we will see much more billion kind of people coming from this batch as one of those people who can think about entrepreneurship. 10 years back, 15 years back, there was not much of information about how to create a company. Today, on a single ChatGPT, single prompt, you know how to do it, right? So there's a lot of availability of this talent, and most importantly, a lot of people are thinking, in fact, when I do this survey to a lot of engineers, they think that they can bring technology, but non-tech people, management people also can actually break technologies. There's no hard and fast rule. In fact, there are so many things that can be done. You can hire somebody who can do technology for you, but the business idea is of yours. So transforming business through ideas, transforming business through something which is not done earlier, transforming business from a cost element, experience element, is what is called as business transformation according to me. Thank you. We have 2 more minutes is what they said.
One very simple example I'll tell you. My parents are old, right? My parents are old and they were never tech savvy, right? Father was never even used to of using a digital phone, only a QWERTY keypad phone. Now today what has happened is my mother tells me, Rishi, right, my pet name, you need to get this tea, this is a very good. And she keeps on watching YouTube shorts. And my father asks for his spiritual things, this Kapoor is very good, this is available here in this Amazon or something like that or Flipkart. So that is how parents have such old people, they are now, this is also business. Otherwise we would suggest कि नहीं ठीक है यहाँ से चाय ले लेते हैं. Now they are suggesting ये अच्छा ad आ रहा है. And based on that they are not understanding how these ads are coming. Because they have searched and then pop-ups are coming. That is how it is.
So just, I want to conclude in 3 letters, right? So any business transformation or personal transformation or individual transformation, it has to be 3 I's. One is you, I, me. I need to be ready to transform. Starts with I, transformation starts with I. Second, what is the intent behind doing the transformation? That has to be clear. As long as our intent is clear, we will be able to do a better job. Third, what is the impact? Once I, intent and impact. If these 3 I principles are met, any business can be transformed meticulously and deliver desired results what we want, right? So keep these 3 I principles in place.
We will take one more question.
Hello, yeah. So I've been dying to ask this question. I was waiting for this panel, right? So, very important question. So I've heard about the pains of talent acquisition heads and talent acquisition team. You guys hire people somewhere in around September, October, and the joining happens around April, May, June. That is when. How, and there are a lot of, especially in tech recruitments, there are a lot of dropouts that we have, right? How do you, can you tell us certain strategies that you use to engage these pre-hires, right? So you ensure that they actually join you, right? Because especially in tech recruitment, a lot of organizations have told me and told a lot of us that there is a lot of dropout. I hire on, say, 20 people, finally, say, 15 join, 5 don't join. So how do you tackle that? And how exactly you engage with them? Thank you.
Thankfully, I do not face any such challenge. These are technology people, they can answer way better.
So previous company, I used to work for a company called DNB, Dun & Bradstreet. So we used to have a lot of tech hiring from NITs and IITs. So we had a 4-stage process. We still had after that also 10% dropout, so which is something we cannot avoid. The first stage is that CEO address all these people. It's very informal connect. And then, for somebody who is just joining, the CEO feels that you are important. CEO feels that it is important. So that is the first touch point which happens. The second touch point we did is that we now know that we use the metadata concept. We now know that we are hiring 100 people from different campuses. We exactly know what skills that they were lacking, even though we have gone ahead and hired. And we give the personalized email recommendation that these are the courses that they can go through, and those courses can be done on our DNB platform. And we see the engagement of those people through this platform and see how they are engaged. Third is HR connects with them every, I think 1 month, once or once in 2 months kind of a thing, where they talk about what they are up to in terms of how many people that they will be interacting with, what is their first day look like and all that. Last is when we have all the people come on, I think 3 days or 4 days in advance. If they are people not from that specific location, we give a tour. Where does the office look like? How does the office look like? When you get into the office, it's like a slightly metaverse driven, but then it's a homegrown mechanism. And we see that a lot of engagement through that, but then we still have the 10% people going on. So that is one way that we have done. I'm sure
Yeah.
many of them.
Thanks. I think he very nicely covered the post-offer engagement tools. What I'll talk about is how can we arrest this problem even before this happens. See, on-campus interviews, I always use this analogy, it's called arrange manage. You come, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, ladka ladki razi, and we give a shadi document and offer letter. And then we wait for 8 months after that when the person is joining. In that time period, right, Gen Z has no dearth of offers, opportunities, they will get opportunities. And of course, first thing is we plan 1.2x. I know that I will have these many dropouts. But how do we arrest that? We have shifted to a model, like I said, one is through gamification, which is hackathons, in which the engagement is continuous. We leave an impact on students such a way they would want to work with us. They engage with us over a period of 3 to 4 months during that competition. Second is, we have reduced our on-campus hiring to single-digit percentage. What we have moved to is train and hire model. I was chatting with Pratham on the way to office, and very nicely he told me that there is a 4-month internship which is coming, right? What we are focusing on is your last semester internships, January to June, especially in the engineering space. We hire good number of interns. Ironically, IITs and NITs have done away with the 6 months, they are more into 2 months. But for me, that is the future. So you hire a 6-month intern in the month of January, 6 months they spend with you. It is a good dating period, right? After that, you are good enough to do a love marriage, and of course, there will be no divorce after that. That is how we are trending, and we want to have more focus on train and hire. We call it in a simple language, you train and hire. Even if the person is not getting job in your organization, rest assured you have trained them so well, they will get a job in somewhere else. So that would be my answer.
Pratham, you know what to do.
That 1.2x that he said, organizations are ready for having all the 1.2x people coming in also. And we know that it is 90%. So organizations are ready for adding more people if they come also. Just want to add that. Thank you. Thank you very much again. So all your valuable inputs are taken. And please be ready with some of the WhatsApp or LinkedIn messages from some of the students. Please do respond today only because we know what happens from Monday. It's a marathon. And it's a great opportunity that we have got. I've been coming here at least, this is the 4th or 5th time, but then every time I come here, I get extremely good experience. Thanks to Abhishek and team. You guys really rock, yeah. You guys really make it. I'm telling you, first time I have seen some student come to my home to pick me up here. I was like, this cannot happen. And I was like, this is the highest thing. Yeah, Thank you very much for all the hospitality.
I'm snatching words from Vishwa. I was also got personalized touch. My parents, in fact, felt extremely happy. Somebody from college, a student coming my home and picking it up, it's a wow feeling, right? So good job, guys. Thank you, Abhishek and team. You all did a marvelous job. Thank you so much.
Any parting notes you want to say?
I was picked up from a cricket ground. They gave me a green room also to change. Where's Pratham? Thanks, Pratham. He's been bearing with me wherever it is. Thank you for your patience, man. He was waiting. I was bawling. Like, sir, I'm waiting. Don't worry. Aap kar lo, khatam kar lo. Thank you so much, man. And means a lot. And this is a very interesting program, right? First point to me, to him was, BBA should be 3 years. He said, no, it is a 4-year program, right? And there is a opportunity for an industry internship. I know it is a new course. Right? I don't know whether the competition is with BTech or an elongated MBA program or whatever it is, but it is a new thought. For me, the right thing would be, however, I don't know how you get into industry, but that final year, that of course your placement team would work, try and ensure if we can tap this talent pool. Usually we talk about engineering only, right? Even in our country, I've worked with KPMG in the past, the BCom, BA, BSc, it is not very structured employment when it comes from campus. I see a good opportunity here. I mean, you guys can be pioneers with your 4-year program. So wish you all the very best and thank you so much for having me here, guys.
Thank you so much. Mitra, I don't know where you are. Yeah, thanks so much. She came all the way. I stay on one corner of Bangalore and she traveled almost like 40 kilometers or so to pick me up, and it's a great gesture by the way, folks. It's really great gesture. And I was so touched, and I was like, feeling, wow, what a VIP treatment I'm getting. I wanted to ensure that I make sense when I kind of share some of the insights, and I had a great, very insightful, I would say, brain-triggering discussion with some of the roundtable, forum. I guess very interesting and very depth. The depth of the questions I was getting was like, it talks about the quality and the kind of education you folks are getting. I think you guys are there already. You guys are there, industry ready. I feel that's the sense I got. So a little bit of tweaking, I'm sure. I mean, some of these events would definitely get you equipped to transition into the corporate jobs. All the very best to all those bright minds out there. So wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this lovely opportunity of meeting you all. A big thanks to Kriti, Sanskriti, Abhishek, and all of you who has made this program valuable to us. I personally believe one statement, and I would say that there is no dream organization, but there is always a dream you, or dream me. You have to see where you have to reach, right? What you want to be. All organizations will be great for you, and your experience will be meaningful in life. And that is what you should strive for, I think.
Thank you to our panel for your blessings. It goes a long way for us students. And extremely thank you for such an insightful and thought-provoking panel discussion. I would like to call upon Professor Abhishek to come and felicitate our guests. No, sir, I was an MC, so.
Oh, okay. Good job, man.
I was listening from here, whatever was, it was very interesting. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude the panel discussion series of Global Leadership Conference 2024. A big thank you to all our speakers over the last 2 days, all our delegates, and the students who participated actively in both the panel discussions and the closed group discussions actively. And now, to conclude this event on a fitting note, I would like to invite Abhishek Singh sir to deliver the vote of thanks. Please join me in welcoming Abhishek Singh. Long list. I'm going to take some time. Right. So, I was busy typing my vote of thanks since morning, and I was falling short of
names actually and my password is getting wrong. Yeah. All right. Finally, it is open. Technology sucks. All right. So I'll start with how exactly, because there are some first year folks, most of you. So I'll tell you how exactly we conceptualize GLC so that next year, most of the first years right now sitting will be the part of the organizing team. You will be hosting the GLC 3.0 next year. So I just wanted you to go through the history of GLC. Plus we have a lot of new faculties and staff joining my team as my colleagues. So I just wanted to take you through the memory lane first, how exactly we conceptualize. So it is in the form of story, so bear with me. So it was my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks. I still have a vivid memory of 19th August 2023. I don't know whether Aditya sir is here or not. Yes, he's here. All right. So when it was just a week, so when I was hired, I was mentioned nothing about GLC, right? So when I was hired, my induction did not happen. So I was called in a cabin with Surya sir, Rahul Dige sir, and of course Aditya sir sitting, and there was a bombshell dropped. 28th August, so it is 19th of August, and I was told 28th October is the GLC that has been planned, right? We don't have any speakers. You have to get the speakers. The theme is ready. Everything is ready. Start working, right? And trust me, I didn't even get an introduction with the student team yet, right? So that was the first time I called a student meeting of my young and innovative and very smart, CE folks. And we discussed that, okay, there is this global leadership conference happening. And that is how GLC season 1 was conceptualized. So it was on the theme of AI-powered leadership. I would like to, but again, 45 days we had for the event. The CE team was able to pull off the event with 35 speakers and around 25 industry delegates. The GLC season 1 was the first taste of senior industry leaders interacting with the student of BBA honors, and the CE team reaped the benefits of the event by securing sales internship from 3 organizations. Now let's come down to GLC 2.0. When we were conceptualizing GLC 2.0, we were pretty clear that we have to scale to newer heights, and that is what my dean always tells me, ye to kar liya, ab kya, right? Do something new, challenge yourself, bring something new on the table. So, when we were brainstorming, it was pretty clear that we are going to work on human resources as an area wherein we are going to have a deliberation of 2 days on human resources. And the best topic was envisioning future workforce, because that is what I am addressing, the future of work. So the theme was chosen, and then from June 2024, me and my team started working on the guests. You will not believe, we actually shortlisted 280 people and their profiles to land on to the speakers that you are witnessing right now. 280, right? So 280 LinkedIn profiles screened, processed, downloaded, and put into an Excel sheet. And Gautam kept rejecting certain profiles because he used to say, "Maza nahi aa raha, sir," right? So we kept rejecting, and finally we dropped down to around 240 or 50 odd profiles, and finally we started calling them. And that is how the speakers you are witnessing for the past 2 days were selected. So right now, we have witnessed around 27 speakers from companies like Amazon, Flipkart, KPMG, TCS, Accenture, Crompton Greaves, Aditya Birla Group, and many more. And we had the confirmation from 85 industry delegates to be, coming to our campus. Unfortunately, due to the rains, don't clap yet, right? We had 65 delegates who actually came to our campus, right? Now you can clap. I would like to have one special mention here. I'm not saying that, CE does not work, right? We do our best. Then there are certain students who actually contribute without being in CE, right? Can I have Shreya Verma? Shreya Verma, second year, are you here? No? Right. No, the Shreya, श्रेया शर्मा, श्रेया जिसने हमको GLC के delegates दिए. Shreya, she's there? Okay. So we had 10 industry delegates alone, right, done by her. Can I have a clap for her? Right? That's called selfless efforts, right? She actually told me, sir, I'll prove myself and I'll bring the delegates. And she actually ensured that these delegates were here without, despite of the rains. So that's the kind of effort people have taken to make an event successful. All right, so as a part of the conference, we had 3 new concepts that we were proposing. One was a campus recruitment workshop hosted by Sahil. So we witnessed around 20 campus recruiters in the campus as a part of this particular workshop. So 20 campus recruiters actually came to our campus, witnessed the students, talked to them, and I'm happy to say that at least 3 of them are willing to hire, right? So that's a good approach. I think personally, having 20 campus recruiter at one day for an workshop was a good achievement. Second, then we had a closed group interaction. This is one thing that every industry speaker has come down and congratulated us. So around 30 speakers were called, and they interacted with more than 300 students in the past 2 days, right? So, and finally, the student panel we witnessed today. Yeah, there were some hiccups, there were some here and there, but I personally feel when you start, right, you always start fresh and you always grow on that, right? So congratulations to the student panel. You have done a good job. You have won hearts today, right? Thank you. Now, finally, coming back to my thanking, so I'll first like to thank my keynote speakers, Mr. Sahil Nair and Mr. Mansij Madumdar, their presence and sharing their insights on future of workforce with the audience. I would also like to thank all the speakers in various panels for giving us their valuable time and inputs and sharing some key thoughts around the main theme. I would also like to extend my warm thanks to all the delegates and industry professionals who came to witness the GLC 2.0 in the course of past 2 days. Especially in this rainy weather, when Lord Indra was very happy on us, he was showering his happiness at his full might. Still, people took out time and they came and they blessed us. I would also like to thank Dr. Ramdas Pai, Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, Dr. Ranjan R. Pai, Chairman, Manipal Education and Medical Group, and all Mahe Trust and Governing Council members for their guidance and support, which has enabled us all to make TAPMI one of the best B schools in India. Our sincere gratitude to Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor Mahe, for his support. We sincerely thank our Pro-Vice Chancellor Mahe Bengaluru, Professor Madhu Veera Raghavan, for being the constant support that he has always given and for motivating us. We are thankful to our Deputy Registrar of Mahe, Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, Dr. Mahe Bengaluru, Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, for all his help and support in conducting of this event. Also, a word of special thanks to our Deputy Director General Services, Mr. Baswaraj, for helping in arranging and organizing this event. Special thanks to Dr. Sarita, Chief Student Officer, and the hostel wardens for their support and for that late night entries they have given to our volunteers. Thanks to the IT team, Prashant and his team. They were really pestered by our students. Thank you. Can I have a clap for them? They have actually stood by us throughout, right? I'd like to thank Mamta C for giving us those cabs that we needed, for which the guests actually clapped and they appreciated us. But yeah, there are certain people who are behind the scenes. So can I have a clap for Mamta if she's here? Good job done. I'm so proud of you. We thank the food and hospitality partner, Blue Dove, for serving us some delicious food. We thank TAPMI Manipal Administration, led by Director in Charge and his team, and TAPMI Accounts Office for their continuous support in this event. Now coming back to my main, event, I do thank Dr. Aditya Jadhav and my teammate Johnson. Can I have a clap for Johnson? I'm so sorry. I've shouted on you. I've yelled at you, right? I'm so sorry about that. But one thing about Johnson is, the moment you say, Johnson, this is not right, and he'll say, don't worry, Abhishek, it will happen, right? It will happen, right? And somehow you have these healing words that that kept us going. I've seen students, losing themselves, but Johnson was standing like a Pyrrhal with his cool and calm, attitude that actually kept us going. So thank you, Johnson, for your constant support. I would fail in my duty if I don't thank all my faculties, staff colleagues from TAPMI Bangalore under the leadership of Dean TAPMI Bengaluru. Special thanks to Professor Animesh and Professor Rahul Dige for moderating two very special panels in the event, and Professor Abhishek and Professor Shamta and Professor Janani for coordinating with the panelists. Can I have a clap for them? I would also like to thank Professor Soumya Kini for moderating the inaugural event. At the last moment, I called her and said that, ma'am, you're chosen out of a lottery wherein there were 5 chits. All the 5 chits had your name, right? So, and she said, okay, fair enough, you have already chosen me. Ma'am, one good news, you are doing the same thing next year as well, right? Can I have a clap for? She has just agreed, right? A special thanks to all my student MCs, Nidhi, Rishabh, Varanya, Akansha for introducing the panel. Thank you guys, you did a great job. Can I have a clap for Vani? She was backstage, not seen, right? Dressed very beautifully, but somehow we were not able to see her, but always on backstage. So thank you, Vani, for your support on the stage for these 2 days. A special mention to Professor Navneeta, Krishnan, and the student management team of program office and exam office for, not allowing the students to use their mobiles, right? Not allowing them to go for loo breaks every now and then, right? Because they get bored very easily. So thank you for being our guardians at the doors, right? Thank you, sir. Can I have all the volunteers stand? All the volunteers who are a part of GLC, right? Any and everybody who was volunteering. So this is my team of 80 plus volunteers. I want to have a huge round of applause for them. They have done wonders in the past few days. They have had sleepless nights. They have, have to bear my havoc, right? I was shouting on them on the top of my voice at times, and, still they kept on going. So I'll be very honestly saying that this event was not going to happen if these people were not behind my back. So I'm not ashamed of saying I love you guys. Lastly, a big clap for yourself, the audience of TAPMI Bengaluru, for being patient, right? Few takeaways that I have is that we have confirmed 5 companies who is ready to give internships, right? I'll not name those companies, otherwise you're going to be after my life. But yeah, there are 5 companies who have given us a positive signal that they will recruit interns this year from TAPMI. The next year, GLC will bring even more excitement and rigor. And I promise on this stand, we will keep challenging ourselves and go beyond the comfort zone to give GLC newer heights. Thank you. We will stand for the national anthem, and then we'll start with the attendance. कैसा लगा मेरा मजाक?
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With the attendance, we'll close GLC 2.0. That is what the stage committee has told me, right? With this attendance, we close GLC season 2.0.